Hello, friends, and welcome. Don't even Dota launched yet. The patch has come out. I didn't even eat dinner yet. I was usually asleep, getting ready to sleep at this time for the last few days. Last, like, 8 days. I haven't even looked how large this patch is yet. I'm expecting it to be like, we'll be here a bit, is my guess. I sound defeated. I'm excited. It's always towards the end of the day. It's always towards the end of the day. Let's see what we can get through. Ooh. This is why I wanted to wait to launch the game. Oh, we're so cute. We're so cute. Because obviously we're gonna play this hero as support. Obviously. I don't even know the abilities. I know we're playing it support later. Alright. I gotta make sure we're all set up. We're in a frenzy. I was just wrapping up making dinner, put things in the pressure cooker. We're gonna eat on stream later. We're gonna have to. Desk isn't set up. Desk is in caster mode. I put this under the keyboard to make it a little quieter. I need to get a silent keyboard. All right. Hello, everybody. It's patch time. Hold on, I gotta fix my chair. Chair has different settings depending what I'm doing. Alright. Oh, he's supposed to be a support. Nice. Alright, let's get into this. Let's do, I guess I need to create timestamps. Let's take a look at, new hero first, I guess. New hero. Timestamp that. I have half a mind to cancel my family trip. Why does he always do this? This is actually pretty good timing for me for once. I usually miss big patches. This is pretty good. Didn't even get a break from casting. Thought I would get to hang out with my fiance and stuff. No, it is straight into it. Let's go. Largo! I am Largo now. Largo amplifies his allies on the battlefield I'm blocking it. Where's my camera setting? I'm so unprepared. Am I really a professional streamer? Largo amplifies his allies on the battlefield, inspiring efficient spell casting and projecting greater harm upon his foes. He's quick to catch friends and enemies alike, controlling the flow of a skirmish with his sticky tongue, and his froglings are always eager to stomp around underfoot. When a battle really gets hopping, Largo's happy to step into the spotlight and play the hits, strumming his set list of classics that grant his team powerful blessings to slide the tone and tempo of a fight firmly into their own favor. Oh boy. Catchy Lick. Frog Stomp. Croak of Genius. Amphibian Rhapsody. Encore. Innate ability. Buffs that Largo applies to himself or his team have extended duration. 10% plus 1 per level. Okay. What are you? Lick the targeted unit with his tongue, pulling it back a short distance, applying a basic dispel, and dealing damage if it's an enemy. That's a whole bunch of stuff. Dispelling an effect from a target grants Largo temporary health regen. 85, 170, 255, 340. 7 seconds! Pull distance, 210, 240, 370, 300. That's like half a 4-staff. Ally pull distance, oh, 2/3 of a 4-staff. Bonus health regen, 4, 6, 8, 10. Duration, 10. Broken. I declare it broken without having read more. Frog Stomp, without having tested. Largo tosses froglings to an area. It's because basic dispels are really hard to come by in the laning stage. I forgot to put my camera back on. It's because basic dispels are really hard to come by in the laning stage. Is there, surely there is a larger description of his abilities. I shouldn't be reading it there. Let's start here. Battle report, guys. Dota is an ensemble cast, but keen observers looking through the collection of rogues, wizards, druids, and knights, not to mention 2 characters named Ranger, may have noticed the absence of that most maligned of hero classes, the Bard, at least up until now. We do have several musician heroes, like they have items and stuff, but none of them like are really music-based. Largo the Bardo. Unlike bards with your traditional bard powers, singing about current events and chord changes, Largo is the shamanic head of the Bard Monk Order. He tailors every song to his exact circumstances, raising his allies' spirits, or if necessary, their foot speed as they run towards battle or away. As a frog, his prehensile tongue has, shall we say, all kinds of tricks. You can read a little bit about his past. Do we have a comic? Or you can help explore his future in Dota right now. Today's update also includes gameplay patch 7.40. As is tradition, the patch notes are too long to fit in this blog, so we made a whole site. I swear I thought they were going to mention we waited for the Dream League to finish the group stage to drop it. Largo is taking over the main menu in Dota for a bit, but the Monster Hunter event is still going. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay.
Who's that? Thank you.
Wait. I want to read Largo history. Give me the history of Largo. Where is it? All right, later. We'll read it later. 7.4 patch is in here. Is the hero's abilities in here? No. Okay, I'm going to go back to where we were reading it here. Oh, he's got a comic here. Okay, let's read the comic and then let's go back to reading his abilities. We were a humble people. Couldn't be carry players. He's for sure a support. Born in the marsh delta of Murkroot Forest, where the Marunga River stretches its 1,000 green arms to the sea. Kind of like this, I imagine. Stretching it out. The tides fed us. The rain sang for us. In those days, the great ocean carried only gifts. We never dreamed that one day it would bring... Wait, is this in the beginning was the song story? I can't believe you're interrupting already. The beginning is the best place to interrupt. You just started. Fishing, guys. Fishing is real. It's happening. They're fishing. They're listening to the channel. Why don't you tell me how you built your sacred loot? Remember, you tricked that guy into swimming out to get that driftwood for you? Is this our frog village? Where are the tadpoles? I love tadpoles. Are you finished? All right, fine. Start at the beginning. Tell me the story. Thank you. Again. In the beginning was the Talgaroon, the thorns that walk. The thorn that walks. The thorns that walks. Through the delta's 1,000 channels it crawled, red were its tendrils, bottomless was its hunger. Where it clung, the green withered, and onward it crept until there was no place left to stand. Out beyond Marunga's reach we fled, homeless, scattered, carried by the tide that betrayed us. Would you stop fidgeting? What? I said stop fidgeting. I can't concentrate on the story. Maybe you should just rest. I know the story. In fact, maybe I should be the one telling the story. You're the one in bed. Coughs. The story must be told, Largo. This is the way of the Bard monks. You know this. What's going on here? Got a lot of instruments in there. This is a huge instrument in the back. This guy doesn't look large enough to play. Sorry, I'm just nervous. I've never sat vigil before for someone who's very sick. Cough. I'm dying, Largo. You can say it. And I need to tell you the story of the song. Where was I? The Talgaroon chased us from our home, and we were all starving to death out on the ocean. Right. We were marshborn. What are they in the sea for? Not made for the sea, because they're marshborn. The waves went on forever and gave us nothing. It was then, as we lay dying, that one among us started to sing. No one knows his name, but he was the first Bard monk. How does no one know his name? He did not sing to save us, only to keep us from dying afraid. But the sea heard him. And what should have been our death song? And what should have became our salvation? I don't know why I read that twice. The island had heard us. Velimar, the island that comes, had answered the song. Wow, an island! That's exactly what they're saying. Isn't that crazy? On Velimar's back, we had found our true home. Velimar gave us prosperity, and we gave Velimar the song. I know all this, I've heard this 1,000 times, and very soon it will be your job to tell it 1,000 times, probably to an ungrateful fool on your deathbed. They're born as baby frogs, guys. I demand more tadpole-esque children. I mean, this is It's a different species. I guess they might be different. Right, sorry, I'm sorry. Finish the story. Thank you. Cough, I will. Fishing, guys. Guys, it's happening. Fishing's in Dota. But over time on Velamar's back, our true home began to crumble. Velamar was dying. It no longer gave us prosperity. And when we sang the song, it made no difference. Velamar stopped listening. The island's dying. We're sinking with it. The end. Thank you, Moro. Very depressing. Let me get you some warm goat's milk. These frogs eat goats. Largo, I'm not done. Sit down. I need to tell you something you haven't heard. Later. You stink. Play the song. Thanks for your feedback. Maybe a C7? What key is this in? Hey, Largo. Oh, hey, guys. What you doing? Just trying out the new material. Yeah, what's the reaction so far? You suck. Oh, pretty good, pretty good. You want to hear it? Yeah, sure. These guys are so cute. Wow, magic. Doodly-doo. So what do you guys think? Well, it's different. Yeah, it's different. Well, thanks, I think. How come you're not just playing the song, Largo? Yeah, it's great. Everybody loves the song. Guys, I know, but Moro told me something. I thought Moro died. Yeah, how are you talking to Moro? Before he died. He thought the reason Velamar stopped listening to us is it wants to hear new songs. But I've been trying new stuff all week, and I don't know. The island doesn't seem to be listening, nor do the people. It probably just can't hear you. You should go down to the Sacred Caverns and play. Yeah, it'll definitely hear you down there. Sacred Caverns? Guys, they're sacred. Nobody's allowed to go down there. Head monk's orders. Didn't the head monk just die or something? But now that Moro's gone, aren't you the head monk? Damn, that's so true, besties. Good point. Oh, this is literally the heart of the cave. Wow, I've never been here before. Me neither. All right, here goes nothing. Should I play the song or one of my play the song? Your new songs are great. It's just, we don't want to kill it. Yeah, all right, all right. Wah, old song, boring stuff. It's dying. It doesn't like the old song. It didn't do anything. No. Is it sleeping? Is it sick? I don't think so. What's wrong with it? I don't think you guys are old enough. I'm going to be 46 this year, Largo. Wow. They are... I guess they take a long time to grow, or this is a different species of frog people. Yeah, I'm 45 and a half. All right, fine. I don't think Velamar is sick. I think it might be dead. God is dead. This is so funny. Plunk, plunk, plunk. It's time for the new age music. God is alive. He wants... What kind of song do you think this is? I wish this comic had music. The best webtoons do that nowadays, guys. Valve, get on it. It likes the new music. Later, ever since that day, the Sacred Cavern has been open to all. Anyone may come here with whatever song is in their heart and let it be heard. Because now we understand what we never did before. We were starving the island. It never wanted the song. It wanted our music. Can't just listen to the same song forever, guys. But then why did our head monk and his disciples leave? Yeah, Velamar always loved his songs best. It did. That's why he left. Music isn't about the notes you play. It's about the inspiration. Our head monk has gone out into the world so he can bring the world back to us. Oh, hell yeah. And what we've got... What is this? What we've got is... How do I go back to that screen? How do I look at the... How do I look at the new hero thing again? Oh, there we go. I don't know where to pop up that screen again, but whatever. We'll just read it from here. All right. We read that. Largo tosses froglings to an area. They stomp the ground every 1 second, dealing damage and mini stuns. The enemy in the areas have reduced movement speed. Damage per stomp, 35, 45, 55, 65. Number of stomps, 4, 5. Oh, shit, guys. Breakout. Where's my Excel? Get ready to get flashbanged, guys. I don't think I have this added in. We're gonna need this for later anyway, so I guess I might as well set it up now. Actually, I'm probably going to be on a different... I'll set it up later. Because I'm probably going to switch to increase the size of the stuff. Let's just do the numbers real quick. 35, 45, 55, 65. And then number of stomps. 4, 5, 6, 7. Guys, I am from NA. I cannot do this math. We must type it in. All right, 140, 225, 330, 455 damage. That's quite a lot for what looks like a decent AoE size. Though it is over 7 seconds, so probably most enemies would walk out of that period, but that's why I shall be jungling. A slow, and it said mini stun, so you can cancel stuff with this. Pretty sick.
Zuki_Big Daddy gifted a tier 1 sub to Trife Money.
Conclassy and Moonjellying, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for subbing. We need Ice Frog skin. That'd be pretty fun. Okay, Croak of Genius. Largo strums attuned to a friendly hero. The hero's items and abilities have reduced mana cost, and a percentage of their damage reverberates over the following 5 seconds. When an affected hero spends mana, the remaining debuff duration is reduced by 0.5 seconds. The remaining buff duration is reduced by 0.5 seconds. Buff duration, 12, 18, 24, 30. So every time they use a spell, it decreases. So they can go through like 4 spells and like shrink the buff really quickly. Damage, reverb, 30, 35, 40, 45. So that's the extra damage that happens again. Mana cost reduction, 15%. So we love like Leshrac Storm Spirit type heroes. Wow, this is dirt cheap for me. 25, 35, 45, 55 mana. What am I, a strength hero? Am I stupid? No, I'm not that stupid. Pretty cheap. All right, what's the ult? Amphibian Rhapsody. Largo gets ready to groove. He is disarmed and his ability bar switches to 3 song abilities, each with different effects. Invoker support, it's happening. Songs are only effective if strummed on the beat. Oh, hell yeah! Rhythm game in Dota, guys. I am set. I'm going pro. Every time he strums successfully, he gains a stack of Groovin. Each stack gives him bonus armor and reduces the mana cost of every song. But he loses the stack if he misses a beat. Stacks linger for a short duration when Largo ends. Guys, can't wait for the pros to pause to say... they need to like recalibrate the time for the rhythm game. Like, oh guys, I'm not strumming on time. We gotta pause. I gotta recalibrate. The time delay. Okay. Bull Belly Blitz. I don't know why this text is so small, guys. Let me zoom in for you guys. I'll just I'll undo it once we finish reading. I can read it by like leaning in. Yeah, let's zoom in a little. That's still tiny. Increases Bull Belly Blitz increases nearby allied heroes' spell amplification by 8, 12, 16%, and then grants their attacks additional 20, 25%, 30% magic damage. So that's pretty cool. Seems like some synergy with like spellcaster right-click type heroes. Hog Feet Hustle increase nearby friendly unit movement speed by 16, 22, 28. And grants a brief 70, 80, 90% slow resistance. Oh, dude, all our spells are so cheap. But I guess we have to, like, keep using it, maybe. Island Elixir grants 34, 56, 78 healing to nearby allied heroes. Beat interval 1. Max stacks 5. Armor per stack. Whoa. 2, 3, 4? Isn't that like a shitload of armor? Song mana cost reduction per stack. What is this? Oh, I guess I could have hovered the text that way. Wait. I have casting hotkeys on. Let's hear what he sounds like. Where's my, I always turn this off when I'm like recording videos and stuff.
Better get to my next venue.
That's not... I didn't expect that.
Here's the spot.
Oh, they redid all this.
Hard out. Go with the flow, bro. What? Over there? Yeah, I could go for a tramp.
I was expecting him to have a deeper voice, but this accent's
Come on,
fun.
get a wriggle on.
All right.
Yeah, bro.
Pretty decent cast range.
Lost the rhythm there.
Oh, guys, this is so good. This is so good.
Yeah, I reckon.
Allow me to set the stage. Where is all this?
Sad for me.
Oh shit, that's not what I wanted.
Forget, brother.
Allow me to set the stage.
Oh, choice spot. I can tell.
Come on.
Yeah, I reckon.
All you need to do to win is to break the high ground and for your carry to just hit the building.
Sand on the
And then, oh look, the enemy. No!
easy, bro.
Get back! Pull our carry back in. Alright, so that seems pretty good. It says we can remove dispels.
I get my best song ideas while walking.
Yes, sir.
Oh shit.
Gnarly.
Okay, I get 4 healing. Pretty sick. Can I remove multiple?
Worries later.
What's that?
Where's the... I gotta get used to this, like, this new setup.
Sure, flat tack. Are you coming or what?
I dispelled both, but I only get 1 buff. Okay. Okay. Pull distance goes up.
Oh, I reckon I wasn't done.
That's so good. I'm gonna cliff people, guys.
Not ready.
I'm gonna cliff people with this shit.
Tongue tripper.
Demo with friends, holy shit.
Turbo.
That's pretty sick.
When they hit you in the rib, it hurts. Nah, yeah.
What's that?
This is so good. Holy, wait. Do they only show up when you have,
Hit him with the rhythm sticks. Time for a ticket tour?
wait, where were the others? I thought I saw more frogs. Maybe they were his frogs.
Choice. Little feet, keep a big beat, yeah?
Maybe I missaw. Maybe I'm crazy.
Right.
I have been going to sleep at this time. We might be delirious.
That chops off the tongue. It's a slip and slide. Slow is just a quick lick.
First blood.
A little bit.
That's so sad.
That will go with the flow.
Oh, maybe what I saw were like all them spawning and stuff. Okay, what is this one?
The world of vibration.
He gets a buff. Okay, so when I don't trust my core, and I'm doing this on myself,
I believe in you. Let's go to the hop. Let's have a wander. Lickety split. Righto, keep it moving. She'll be right.
wait, I'm a little confused. Damage reverb. So does the reverb affect...
Oh, who's that? Thank you. Whoa,
All
whoa.
good. That's the tadpole.
Wait, I always get this healing? I thought I only got the healing if I dispelled. Dispelling an effect from a target grants Largo temporary health regen. Alright, that seems like a bug. Because I used it on the enemy there.
To the band.
Oh, wait.
Every step is a note in the song of your life. Everybody
Alright, maybe it's
knows
not
what
bugged.
you
Maybe I'm dumb.
It's just a wag of the
I swear I saw the debuff.
Yeah, I
Well,
could go
whatever.
for a tramp. Yeah.
So how does this reverb
Come on,
work?
get a wriggle on. This one goes up closer, cuz. Far out,
He
mate.
just takes the reverb?
Far out.
He just takes the reverb and it doesn't, like, matter what I do? I guess
We'll
so.
go with the flow.
Alright, what's this rhythm game we got here? How do I pick which one to use?
Hang in there, mate.
I feel like there's a weird delay.
It's gonna be a big hit.
What if I don't press anything? What if I'm like super off? This is so cool. I love this. I love this so much. Free spells.
That's the healing power of music. Yeah, sing it with me, friends.
How forgiving is this? I don't think I even have to look that much, actually.
Oh, now we're moving. Oh, look at Riff.
It's pretty lenient. Is there like a perfect? Do I like... They should restore 1 mana for perfect hits. Valve, you can have that one for free. I need a... Great! I need a little combo marker as well.
Hey, looks choice.
Okay, so you can't use your other abilities when you're using this. I can buff myself, though. Maybe this doesn't count, because I don't see this going down by 0.5 increments. I thought I could use this on myself to, like, make this stuff cheaper. 20? Oh, it is cheaper. Maybe 0.5 is too small to, like, see a difference. Try blinking.
Make some noise.
Let's get some other items, too.
Yeah, I reckon. Everybody!
It's gonna be hard to do things while trying to do stuff. Okay, this is pretty sick. Song mana cost reduction per stack. So the more you commit to it, the more affordable it is. Grants 34 healing to nearby heroes, 34 for 20 mana. That's not bad. And the healing gets cheaper as you go. And then what's the others? Increases friendly unit move speed and grants slow resistance. Okay, so that's when you're like chasing people, you press W. Q is like kill, E is save people. I might change that. I feel like a lot of saves are actually on W, like Grave, for example, Abaddon Shield. Maybe I'll rebind that later. For now, I guess it's just fine. Well, let me think, actually. If I'm, like, spamming E, I use my middle finger as opposed to the ring finger for Q and W. I would have a harder time. Maybe I should rebind this. Because I imagine myself using the hot foot the least and the heal the most. And if I'm using the heal, I usually have an item on, like, D. Now I gotta be like... if there's a specific time I want to use stuff. Or like Force Staff, for example. Wait, do I have free? Oh, okay, I was like, can I abuse this? It's better to just keep doing your... Leshrac ult used to do this. Like, you could toggle it and it would be more efficient. I was wondering if there was like a cheat code for that uptick version, you know? Okay, we're at 5 stacks and I have 10 armor. What are my other bonuses? Armor per stack. Song mana goes down. Okay, that's it. All right, this is very cool. Very cool. What were the facets? I don't have facets yet. Okay, I just arrived from Velumar. Extended duration. It was 10 plus 1 per level, though it feels like I'm actually short 1. Maybe it's 9 plus levels. Okay, and then what were these? Largo can play 2 songs per beat. Oh, shit, guys. On beats when he strums 2 songs, Largo deals magic damage.
Now this one's a classic.
This is like chase and get the kill. Okay, we need Beastmaster Ags. We need Frog Ags. Who else we got? Doom with the Immortal item. Chase, chase, chase.
Double
How much damage is it?
You should have seen my first
50 plus 10, 15, 20 per Grooven stack, actually. Hold on.
I've been toying with this one.
Okay, I think I misunderstood that. I thought that was gonna be like, now it's 100, now it's 150. But that didn't seem to be the case. Whenever Largo applies a unit target buff to a friendly hero, so not the songs, the AoE songs, he also gets the buff. Oh, sick! If Largo targets himself, the buff is also applied to the nearest allied hero. No, 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 I specifically didn't want to help an ally if I'm using it on myself. Screw him. This guy was rude to me. All right, can't grief my teammate with the 4 staff. What about this? Double Glimmer. What about Yules? Can I grief someone with Yules?
Oh, divine is right.
No. What else is there?
All good. I can strum as we
I guess this one's like not considered a buff, maybe.
back a step.
Did he get anything? What if I remove a debuff?
Always happy to help. I'm under attack.
Ooh, he got the bonus.
Oh, I reckon. Sand on the
He got the bonus regen. So maybe there's a situation in team fights. No, I could just remove it from him. No, but maybe I don't want to pull him in. There could be situations in a fight where I want him to get the healing, but he doesn't need to be dispelled himself.
Kicking the dust.
And then I can like do it on myself. Interesting. Okay, what else? Holy Locket, perhaps? Lotus? Oh, double Lotus. Oh, shit. That also helps with spamming our song. Oh, I forgot you can't cast this on yourself anymore. All right, that one's out. What about the urn?
We really ought to find
Beat
a
this guy to
different line
death.
of work.
And what else? What if it's Wind Waker?
Reminds me
mega kill. Own it.
Oh, free urn charges!
I'm not that chill.
Still no, okay. Earn secret value on this guy? Well, we do have to get the shard though. I mean, that is, you know, some money that must be spent, but, oh, wait. Can I grief my, wait, uh-oh. Oh, guys, this is why the BKB change happened. I bet they split it patches apart.
Over there. Yeah.
They were like, oh shit, he's gonna like grief himself all the time. Does it work with regular Ghost Scepter? No. It's gotta be the E-Blade.
All good.
I guess because I'm not like casting it on myself, I am just using the Ghost Scepter. Holy Locket?
Music is holy. Let's dance. Got my bearings. Let's play a walking beat.
I was so little health I couldn't tell if he also got healed.
Yeah, I reckon. Right, hard out.
Oh, I guess I should have damaged ourselves. Okay, Holy Locket did not work. What else is there? Moon Shard? There's no way. There's no way you eat a Moon Shard and someone gets it as well. Where is it? Guys, I never buy Moon Shard. Where the hell is this item? Why is it up here?
I've got blisters on my fingers.
That would have been a crazy oversight. Okay, Urn and Lotus seem like the best. Soul Ring? No, I didn't think so. It's probably the same as Ghost Scepter. I think that's probably all the best stuff. I don't know. I'm trying to look through. Harpoon's probably the same as Force Staff. Like Disperser, I guess, would work.
What? Yeah, I could go for a trip.
All right, I think that's it. Yeah, double glimmer is kind of cool. Swift blink buff. No, it's got to be something you use on yourself. I mean, I say that as if they've never made a mistake, but that would seem like an oversight.
Come on, get a wriggle in position.
Yeah, he doesn't get it. It's got to be something that you single target on yourself. Bleh.
I'll hop to it. Pound the pond.
All right, what's the ability to level in the lane? This seems like a 1-point wonder type thing. If you're not like grief jungling. But this is really good to split push waves, actually. This cast range is quite large. Does it go up? No, it's stuck at. Like, you could easily, from a tree line, drop this into a creep wave and do 455 damage. And because it's actually split up over seconds, a 450 nuke in one go, usually you actually miss a lot of last hits because the creeps come and do extra damage. Like they have too much health, so you don't actually get the kills, but then you don't want to wait for them to get low enough to then get the last hits. Because this is split up over 7 seconds, 65 damage is like okay enough. You might actually pick up some kills with this. Like the CS, I mean. Oh yeah, I didn't look at the talents. What do we got? Frog Stomp damage, 15. That's over an extra level. That's 1.5 levels, okay. 2.5 Catchy Lick health regen. Wait, that's like a shitload, isn't it? So that puts me at 25.
All right, mate. Bit of a tussle. Hey, stay close, mate.
25. That's a lot.
Time for a tiki tour.
25 times what? 10. 250 heal. Huh. But 15 extra Frog Stomp damage. All right, farming on the right, healing on the left. What else? Pull distance.
Why ask why?
Bleh.
Done by ya.
Bleh.
Tongue for trouble.
Stop. Own it.
Back
I like
seat,
it.
Front beat. What matters is
And you could even get an Aether Lens. Hold on, wait. Let's see how does this look?
Yeah.
Aether Lens. And then we get some kind of... Oh, new neutrals. I just spoiled that for myself. Okay, we still got cast range. Anyways. Oh!
Hey, hold my tongue.
The pull... Okay. So he still only gets pulled a certain amount. I guess that's fair. But that's not bad. Like, someone thinks they're safe. Like, for example, if you think of the enemy high ground, that ledge, right, where people like to play sentries and sometimes supports stand right here, you just, like, pull the support down onto the low ground. And if they don't have a Force Staff, they get screwed.
Did anyone
Clarities and Salve work with the shark. I don't know why I didn't think to test those. Yeah, you're right. Some of the... I guess all the consumables should work, right? Oh, well. What if I...
Oh, you bitch.
I was trying control casting on myself. Because this is like just instant eating it, but if you control it, like, that's when you use it on allies. Alas. Alright, he did get the buff there. Fairy Fire? I assume we'll see the effect around him. Maybe it does affect him and we just don't see the thing. Clarity effect. How about, I guess, bottle too, right?
Yes, sir.
I guess not bottle. Is that all of them? I believe so. Okay, Urn and Lotus seem like the best. Glimmer's also good. E-Blade. Grief your carries, guys. Oh shit. That's one that's gonna be a dangerous one. E-Blade's gonna be a dangerous purchase. Okay, what are the other talents? Croak of Genius, max health DPS. Max health DPS. So what does that mean? Like the enemies? I gotta wrap all the way around.
A song to show us the way.
Is there... I'm not sure how to easily see this. Is this the reverb damage? The, like, 92? And it's got 1.5% of his max HP as part of that? I'm not sure how this one works. Percent HP damage is usually quite good. Especially if it's on, like, every ability. Because if it's 5 seconds of 1.5 DPS, then that's actually 7.5 per spell? I don't understand. I don't understand how this adds in. But that could be really good if that's how this works. The hero's items and abilities have reduced mana, and a percentage of their damage reverberates. Maybe I need a more straightforward nuke than Gyrocopter. Alright, so this does 210 damage. We now Croak of Genius him. And it does... 82 is the same it was before. So maybe it's based on me, 625. Although this is me with the talent. Should I like reset myself?
And I'll play us to the lane. We're gonna make sweet music together.
Still says 82. I'm not sure how this one works. Maybe it's on the alt, Croak of Genius. Does that make sense? Croak of Genius, max health, DPS. But that doesn't make sense with the description. I mean, it might be, but like... I don't know if that makes any sense to me. Alright, we'll come back to that. I haven't even read the others yet. Groove and Armor Aura, 50%. That's like... 4, and the max stacks are what? 5, and then an extra 50%. That's quite a lot. It's quite a lot. 140 catchy lick damage. That seems garbage, actually. Compared to this, like at level 20, you want me to do 140 more damage to an enemy as opposed to like 10 more armor? This has to be way better. 25%. 35% Amphibian Rhapsody song effects. 2 catchy lick charges. Oh, that's pretty good too. 2 dispel charges. Blech.
We'll suss it out.
Oh, yes.
Every step is a note in the song of your life.
That's so deep.
Ooh, you couldn't hold my hand. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Does it turn him, actually? I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, it's just the beautiful cars.
Wait. With the shard? Oh, shit, guys. Get ready for this save.
Power,
You ready?
fraction of the price.
There's your carry. Okay, guys. Let me set the stage for you again. There you are, trying to end the game. And all you need is for your carry to just hit the buildings, hit the barracks. There you are, super farmed because it's late game.
Time for a ticket tour?
This guy's headed to the fountain. Oh, wait, it didn't force staff me? It didn't force staff both of us? Oh, wait, we tested that earlier. Right, what am I thinking? All right, we'll have to use it on him. Stop. Hit the barracks.
Stand on the soles.
All right. Pretty good. Okay, and then what's my stat gain? 24 strength, 3.6, and I am a strength hero. Very low agi, which is typical of strength heroes, and then pretty decent intelligence, all things considered, for being a strength hero. 4 armor's not bad. 290 is a little on the slow side. Typical base attack time, typical attack range. Solid damage. All right, this shit's awesome. This shit's awesome. Shall we read the actual patch? Shall we read the actual patch for the next, God, 20 hours? What do you think about Drums and Crimson on his innate? I don't know if I can really theory craft a build without having seen what the item changes are yet, so I think we should do that. Everyone subscribing and everything, by the way, guys. I'm so sorry if I miss you. I'm very excited about the patch, and I'm, like, mentally zoning things out. Swick, it's JU, Skiing, thank you so much. Hey, We Go Hard, what's up? Yeah, let me, okay, we looked at the new hero, although actually I read the new hero lore, and then we looked at the new hero, so I may have to add a timestamp there later. General changes. Captain's mode. Okay, this doesn't really affect any pubs, but this affects me as a caster. Changed order of the first and third ban phases. First ban phase. First equals team with the first pick. Yeah, okay. Old. First, second, second, first, second, second, first. Yes, this led to the new 7 bans that we see. New. First, first. Second, second, first, second, second. Ah, I like this. Okay, before even getting into the third phase. So the thing you would do with this, like in the old ban order, you know, you remove some of the worst stuff. You see what the enemy bans out, and then you go... I mean, you wouldn't do this in the first phase, but just for example, right? You'd be like, okay, I will ban Anti-Mage and then pick Medusa as my first pick. Something like that. You know, you ban like the worst counter or the next best hero, response, whatever, and then you get to pick. So it gave a good amount of power to the first phase for that. Now it's like the second, like you have to make your choices at the first ahead of time. The second, try to suss that out and ban it, and then you go from there. But let's see what's the third change. So first, second, second, first. First, second, first, second. And in the third ban phase leads to the third pick, the 23rd pick, which goes to the first. I wish they put the whole order here. I can visualize it in my head to some degree, but I think it would be easier for like the average player reading this. Okay. This makes it a little harder for first pick, which has been super popular for a long time. Most people prefer first pick. And so I think this favors second pick now. Or like it helps second pick. I don't know if teams will still end up preferring it or not, but let's... I'm trying to find my patch reading. Oh, here we go. Here. Now it's larger. I guess I can adjust my camera too. Where should the camera go? I'm gone. I'm back. All right. T-Governor countdown is real. It really is. It really is. Okay. We don't need to worry about this too much. That'll be like some pro Dota stuff to worry about. But my read is that this is better for second pick, since first pick was considered really strong. Because you get the first pick, and then the 18th pick was considered the best pick in the game, even more so than the 24th pick. Again, you don't really need to remember those kind of things for pubs. Okay, general changes. Talents no longer require a skill point to level. Now talents are learned by using their own talent points available at level 10, 15, 20, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30. This results in all +2 all attribute bonuses skilled by level 22. All facets that used to have 6 all attribute bonuses now have 7 bonuses again. Okay. I'm not fully sure. Oh, yeah. Some heroes just like, I see, because you had an extra skill point. Like Bat Rider could have up to level 5 stuff. They're refixing it. Okay. I was a little confused by that for a moment. This is interesting. I didn't really notice as we were like speed leveling up. Jupiter, I know, it's so exciting. New hero. So what is this? So here I am at level 9. And then I hit level 10. And I level my ability. And I get a talent. Ooh. So even bigger power spikes at level 10. This... I guess this is a buff to certain heroes who would skip their talents in favor. Oh, sorry, you guys can't. I was zoomed in. Whatever. You got the second. Don't worry, guys. You got the second. You get 2 points at level 10. You get the talent and the thing. That's all you need to know. You don't need to see it. That probably favors heroes like. I need to see it. Jakiro, for example. The level 10 talent. Can you guys see this without me all zoomed in? No. The level 10 talent for Jakiro is not that amazing. So a lot of times at level 10, you would skip it and go for your abilities. Now, you get both. I guess it's also a buff to the heroes who would just take their talent because they're also getting an ability at level 10. So maybe it's like... Maybe it's just standard. I get the feeling Valve doesn't want you to be like, stop skipping your talents. Take them. Take your talents. So you're going to be kind of forced into it a little bit more. Okay, tier 4 towers now have barracks reinforcement buff. Each allied barracks that has not been destroyed provides +4 armor to both tier 4 towers. I see. This makes it harder to just bum rush end the game. You've been mega'd, you win one fight in your base, you break the enemy tier 3, and you go straight throne. Bonuses for each individual building. 24 armor total. Okay, that is pretty cool. Though, I'm a little sad, because I feel like that's going to reduce the odds we see those kind of like sprint endings, which are usually pretty hype, but at the same time, I kind of get it, because it hurts that some team can be 40k ahead, make one mistake, and just lose the whole game. Because like, even though they're 40k ahead, the enemy carry still has 30k because it's over an hour long game, and they just straight end the game. So I think it's like, it's rewarding people who are ahead. Assist gold formula reworked. Okay, we're going to have to look at that later. More specifically, 60 plus victim net worth divided by number of heroes. It's now 15 plus 50 plus this divided by number of heroes. This is... Well, I guess it depends on... There's some amount where there's a change, isn't there? Okay, I'm gonna have to look at the math later. It's less, if many. I'm just gonna go with that. Thank you. Interesting. I'll double check this later, guys. I'm sure you'll see a nerd math video or something on it later. Melee creeps. Gold bounty now increased by 1 per lane creep per upgrade interval, which is 7.5 minutes. Flag bearer gold bounty now increased by 1 per lane creep upgrade interval. AoE bounty radius increased from 12 to 1500. Oh, this is nice. This is nice for us, support players. When killed by a player-controlled unit, the flag bearer creep always grants bonus bounty to the killer's hero, regardless of our proximity. So when you're zoo split pushing, you get the bonus gold. That's pretty nice. Bonus gold from killing flag bearers is now classified as creep gold instead of ability gold. Okay, that's for like the post-game stat breakdown. Inspiration aura no longer affects heroes. This was like a little bit of bonus HP regen, I believe. I forget the exact, if there was anything else. Inspiration Aura now also provides, oh, okay, it's going to do more. Provides a magic resistance bonus to affected creeps starting with 0% and improving by 4% with every lane creep upgrade interval. Okay, so because it's 0%, this shouldn't affect the laning stage. By 7.5 minutes, it starts to become less important, though everyone is going to have to start getting used to it, especially certain abilities are right at the threshold of one-shotting a ranged creep at different points, and it sounds like, at least when the banner creep is there, it's now going to be harder, even with just 4% at, say, like 7.5 minutes. So lane creeps are worth a little bit more, but will also be a little harder to kill every flag bearer spawn. And then in the late game, this should also help end the game. Up to 15 upgrades. You probably will not see 15 because it's 7.5 minutes per upgrade. So even 10 would be a 75-minute game. But let's say you have 5 upgrades. That's already 20% extra magic resistance. And then your team has built a pipe or something. There are late game situations where, like, Lena just dragon slaves, you know, and the wave is gone. Zeus, coddle, you know? But this means if you time it with the flag bearer, it's going to require more spells to delete the creep wave. So that's cool. There's a lot of changes in here already to make it easier for the winning team, it seems like. Okay, guys, if this is good, then we can roam and we can kill couriers. Courier respawn time decreased. 60 seconds plus 6 per hero, 45 plus 5. Okay, so it's just faster. More couriers to be killed. Courier no longer has a 15% movement speed penalty while carrying the consumables, okay? Flying courier will now go to a more obscure shopping area within range of the secret shop. That's just being too nice. That skill cap. Make the players do it themselves. All illusions now have 800 daytime vision and 400 night vision. Oh, that's an interesting change. This is really interesting, actually. I don't think you'll really notice this in a lot of pub matches. It's certainly not intentional for most pub matches. This is really common in Pro Dota, where you use illusions to scout in certain ways. And for example, a smoke breaks, or smoke doesn't break, and you're like looking for stuff with your illusions. You can still do it, but it's way harder. So this has a way more mind games now, or less. There's more considerations for using illusions to scouting. It's harder now. So that's cool. Okay, objectives. Roche is no longer considered a hero for lifesteal mechanics. Physical lifesteal from damage to Roshan's reduced by 40%. And spell lifesteal from damage is reduced by 80%. So it's harder to lifesteal from Roshan. The Roar of Retribution, you can't disarm the D-arm. I'm fine with that. You can't dispel the disarm. Slam no longer has double duration against creeps. Now deals double damage to creeps, sure. Okay, Roche getting scarier by the day. Tormentor. Added a Tormentor timer near the minimap. I was just thinking to myself, I needed to get back in the habit of pinging the timer. I used to do it for Roche. I stopped because they made it easy. And then I was like, I really should use this for Tormentor now. And the game is like, don't worry. We are full easy mode here in Dota. All right, so we'll have a timer. Pinging Tormentor's location in world will trigger the same ping as the timer. Minimap now only has one Tormentor icon, which reflects where the Tormentor is or will spawn. The Shining now only deals damage to the surrounding enemies when attacked, damaged. Oh, so that's like when I'm hiding next to Tormentor, I'm not dying. Okay. Runes, bounties. Grant gold based on when it was created, not when it was activated. Oh, so there's no investing the gold runes now. Okay. It took me a second to process this. There was a arguably legitimate reason to like leave a bounty you knew would be there for a while so it could accumulate money, but it sounds like that doesn't matter anymore. So just grab it. Haste rune duration no longer increases by 3 seconds per rune cycle and is always 22 seconds. I completely forgot it did that. Invis rune no longer grants incoming. I didn't know it did that either. I forgot about these changes. I forgot about these. Completely forgot. All right, terrain changes. Extended the streams into both Radiant and Dire bases. Oh, sick. Water Park. Defender's Gate to the outside of the respective safe lane where the stream flows. Okay, this is a one-way water slide. Removed some... I guess most water slides are, in fact, one-way. Removed some trees inside the base near the safe lane defender's gate position. Okay, we're going to go look at that part of the map later. There's probably some new observers to find there. The hard camp nearest to tier 3 towers where the stream used to start has been demoted to a medium camp. Okay, the one like tucked in the corner closest to the base. Moved the safe lane medium amphibian neutral camp closest to the tier 2 tower up the stream slightly closer to the respective bases. Okay. That's fine. We can look at that later. I think I know what they're talking about. That should affect ward spots a little bit, but there'll be a new ward video for the map. Just give me a bit on that one. Lowered the Wisdom Shrine areas to low ground. Ooh, compared to the respective off lanes. Filled them with water and connected to the waterways by the tier 1 tower. I've always felt that waterway through the off lane safe lane just like ended in a weird nothing and it should do something. That's pretty cool. So that means it could be really dangerous to get the Wisdom Shrine. They're trying to make it more of an objective that is like a threat. That'll matter a lot in pro Dota. For pub Dota, if you just remember to get it at 7 minutes, you're probably safe until Divine. Moved Wisdom Shrines and Watchers to the low ground, yeah, and slightly closer to the tier 1. These Watchers now have visions over the shrines at night. Didn't they already? Hard camp nearest to Wisdom Shrine has been moved slightly back towards the base. Changed the bridges to actual bridges, nice. Slightly expanded the entrance to the bridge by the Lotus Pools and adjusted the area within the nearby water areas. The hard camp in the triangle has been demoted to a medium camp. Whoa, they're trying to make jungling worse, I feel. That's 2 hard camps that have been reduced to medium, and the lane creeps have gone up in value. Twin Gate. Much cheaper. I'm okay with that. It really hurts in the early game, or if they gave the Twin Gate a scaling mana cost. Because when you have to use the Twin Gate at the start of the game, it's like an entire spell you're missing from the laning stage. It sucks. I'm glad it's moving down to 30. I wouldn't mind if it scaled, though. Like, if it became more expensive the later the game is. Yeah, and if you had to go back through the Twin Gate, it was even more, 150. And if you change your mind, you're like, you start channeling, and then you're like, wait, I don't want to go. Also a waste of mana. Oh, and now we don't have to. It refunds the mana cost if the teleport channel was interrupted. Yeah, perfect. Okay, cleared up some areas around the Tormentor location. It is kind of messy back there, but I kind of like that it's messy. I'm going to see what that looks like, I suppose. Watchers nearest to the mid lane and near the small water camps south/north of the tier 1 tower has been removed. Okay, we're just going to go look at that later. Watchers in the primary jungle have been repositioned. Add additional blocks preventing flying movement around the edges of the map. By Bat Rider behind the Tormentor will no longer. Okay, I saw the wildest one the other day. You used to be able to like sunray through there. I'm wondering if that's now gone. I didn't realize Nick Scuttle could go along the edges, but it came up in one of the games Ricky and I were casting, and the Knicks just like up the hill and ran through there. I didn't know you could do that. I guess you can't anymore. Watcher night vision range, a lot shorter. Watcher capture time shorter. I really want them to add, please. I want a setting. I want to attack click the Watchers and the outposts to channel. I don't want to misclick them in the middle of the team fight. It's such a pain. I know they changed it so it's easier to cancel, but like I still want it to be like an intentional attack click onto this stuff. Same with the twin gate. Defender's gate vision radius went down. Defender's gate will now show their vision radius when holding alt. Sure. Removed a tree between the dire safe lane tier 1 and the small pull camp. Is the pull stack possible? We're gonna have to go look at that. Dire safe lane tier 1 tower. Let's go see if we can tell which tree got removed. Very slightly adjusted the paths and spawn points of the radiant offlane creeps and the position of the radiant offlane tier 2 tower. This results in creeps pathing to the right of the tier 2 tower instead of sometimes. Yeah, why did they split up sometimes? What are they training for in the barracks? They would always break formation, and then you have to like do this weird body block where you have to like block one and then sprint over to the left to get it. And it was so hard. Yeah, walk in a straight line. Good change. Radiant secret shop trigger area moved slightly towards the Radiant tier 1 and more centered around the shopkeeper. Yeah, that's whatever. I don't care. Invulnerability targeting. Ooh, okay. Let's go look at map changes before we read further. Okay, yeah. I guess I could have done the cheat mode, whatever. Frogbard, where am I? All right. What were the changes again? Okay, so first, the slip and slide in the base. This is my... Oh yeah, hell yeah, guys. Follow this build. So the slip and slide starts back here. And you can use that when you're feeding in the lane and you need to walk in sooner. Now when pushing... Is there like a spot where it could like sneak through here? Maybe if one of these trees got cut by something, one of these two trees, you could create like a sliver of vision through here for an observer. I guess I should be doing it from this side. Is there a way? Maybe with cast range? With some cast range enchantments and like an Aether Lens, you could probably stick an observer further back here to get something like here. Especially like Rubik or Hoodwink. They can probably sneak an observer here. Does this thing give you... Yes, exactly there. Exactly what I was going for. Does this... Of course I have vision there. Okay, so you just see this, because this is what it was saying. It gave vision to this gate. Okay, so you would have to be invis... Oh, then it would break. Smoked, I guess. You have to be smoked, and then you could, like, drop an observer really far back if you have some bonus cast range. Okay. What did it say? Like, one tree... remove some trees near the base, so that's this stuff. Another stray nerf to Treant Protector, might I add. Maybe I'll check. Hopefully he got some kind of hero change, but I'm just throwing that out there. Another nerf to me for no reason. The hard camp near the tier 3 tower got this one's now medium, and then safe lane. I do this every time where we read the map changes and then I still got to go back and refer to them while we look. I should just get in the habit of doing this. Wisdom Shrine changes. So where are you? Oh. Oh, this is sick. I don't know, I'm so excited about like a wooden bridge, but that's sick. Can I walk through here? No. Oh, thank you. I didn't have dinner yet. The patch came out when we put our stuff in. Now we gotta eat in the middle while reading. Okay. Danger zone in here. I'm sure there's got to be some cool... Oh, great. How about here? Has to be a tree you can cut. I'm not trying to look for wards, guys, but I can't help myself. I can't help myself. The drug that is warding is calling to me. What about, like, up here? Oh, shit. You're never finding these, guys. You're never finding these. Casual Quelling Blade just got even better. What inequality is this? Why can I do it here but not? Oh, I don't even have to cut a tree. Oh, damn. Oh, damn, guys. You best be watching the Observer video when that's out. We're gonna find all the new spots. Damn. That's cracked. All right, they're reverting that change later. Block like enemy ancients up here. Hilarious. All right, I'm gonna dig deeper into that later, guys. What's this one look like? Pretty much the same, right? With some oh, damn, that's sick. Oh, you don't even need to cut that tree. All right. Twin gates got shifted around. Okay. It was very unclear the pathing you could take in this area. I'm kind of glad it's a little bit more obvious now. Gonna be some ward spots around here, I feel. Oh yeah, no one's finding this one. Okay, unironically, pros are gonna use something like this. Look, all you need to see is the twin gate. Who's checking back here for an observer? Who's check? Look, twin gate, torment. What more could you ask for, guys? What more could you ask for? This is some pro ass ward right here. You need nothing else in your life. Oh, Radiant's broken. No equivalent ward over here. All right, we'll come back to it. I'm excited to look for wards. Something only a support player would say. The Watchers got shifted, I think. This one's gone. This one's gone, it looks like. Or shifted, I guess, not gone. Removed a tree between Dire safe lane tier 1 and small pole camp. Nah, guys, I'm not sure I can tell which one. I don't know if I can tell. I'm gonna guess it's something in here. I can't tell which tree it was. Is there anything else to check? I think that's it. I think that was everything we needed to check. No, not bad. I just threw everything in the crock pot. Couldn't taste how it actually was because it had raw chicken. I don't know if my fiance added more like flavor to it, but not bad for randomly guessing.
What about the flavor?
Did you add anything to it?
No.
Nice. I was just saying I'm amazed it turned out like relatively well. Pasmati, I saw that when I was checking out Largo in the demo mode. I saw they added that multiplayer thing. I don't really know when I would... Okay, I use demo mode and custom stuff a lot as a content creator. And I'm sure as an average player, you use it to test stuff. I don't know how many times people are like, I really need to demo with a friend here. Does that come up a lot for anyone? I don't know who they're adding that for. Like, it's cool, but I don't know... Who needs that? I keep hearing Jupiter when you're casting ESL. Riggy says he can't hear it. I knew you could hear it. I keep trying to mute my mic when he does it. Thankfully, ESL has never... None of the production has ever, like, yelled at me for it. I demo with my brothers in party weekly for coaching. Oh, that's true. Maybe there's some situations. Okay. I guess some of you all do use it. Rubik lost his extra ward. No! Why? He doesn't even need a nerf. I guess we'll see it later. Probably Rubik is in the R's. We're probably gonna see it in like 6 hours or something. Past midnight, I'm sure I'll get there. How long will it take me to finish my soup, guys? Mark the time. Soup arrives. When will I actually finish this? Okay, invulnerability targeting. Certain items and abilities have been updated. Most items and abilities that previously could target or affect invulnerable units no longer do so. The following spells have been changed. Nullifier's Nullify can no longer target invulnerable units. Satyr Banisher's Purge can no longer target invulnerable units. I'm going to be honest. I always forget which one is like invulnerable versus untargetable versus hidden versus whatever. Like, I kind of know for certain stuff, but I also forget. I'm going to have to double check with this change. Darkseer's Vacuum no longer affects invulnerable units. Does that mean it can't pull Storm out of the zip anymore? Can no longer target. What's one thing that's invulnerable, guys? New hero is Osu. I'm gonna be, dude, I've been training. I love rhythm games, guys. I don't know if you know this about me. I love rhythm games. I am so ready for this. Yules is what I was thinking of, but I couldn't remember exactly what it counted as. We'll test with it in a moment. Can no longer target, blah, 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 blah. Since Cyclone Effect also makes units invulnerable. Oh, there you go. All changes mentioned above apply to them as well. As a result, these are the special cases. Nullifier's Nullify will dispel Cyclone off the target immediately if Cyclone was cast on a unit already affected by Nullifier. Oracle's Fortune End cannot target Cyclone units, but will dispel Cyclone off the units in the AoE. Sven's Stormhammer with Ags cannot target Cyclone units, but will dispel in the AoE. All three of these will also dispel Cyclone if the spell projectile was launched or started channeling before the target got cycloned. Boo! I thought Yules might be a way to respond to Nullifier if you, like, use it fast enough. Okay, let's test that real quick and eat some soup. Go, go, go! Okay, Yules and then like Nullifier. Oops. Not what I meant to do. Where is it? I'm not used to this. All right. I'm gonna have to learn all the other stuff later, like the specifics of that, but interesting. I wonder what exactly is the point of that. I guess it kind of makes sense, because it's weird that you can be invulnerable but still affected by certain things. So maybe it's just clearer as opposed to like a specific goal to the balance. Item changes. I have to make myself read fast, guys. It is 8 p.m. here. I woke up at 3:30 today. We can't I took a very short nap in the middle of the day. I will not survive a super long stream. Okay. I'm gonna eat a piece of my chicken soup, piece of the chicken, and we're gonna like power read as long as we can until we lose focus. All right. Lock in. Lock in for item changes. Clarity moving up to 5. Okay. Cost 60. Oh god, the math is gonna get hard. Healing salve. Cost is stock is going up. No, now heals for half the amount per. Oh, okay. Whew. Oh god, I got scared, guys. The carries were about to start asking me for salves again. Oh no. I got trauma came in reading this, guys. Trauma immediately surfaced. Thank goodness. All right, that's fine. This is a balance. It's even worse now to use it on cores because they have to hide for even longer to get half the value. So I will continue to not use it on cores. Branch is going up. All the starting item builds, guys. The easy math. Oh no, it's gone. Wards 55. Observer wards cannot be planted within 300 units of another observer ward from the same team that has been planted within the last second. Okay, I was gonna say there are times I actually want to overlap. Like if you know a ward spot is good, they never found it. It's gonna die in like 30 seconds, but you're there now. It's fine to like place it again. But I'm glad to hear this is just to prevent supports from not communicating, and then you both ward the cliff at the same time, or you're both dropping wards. Sentries are also getting this change. This happens a lot. You know, in the pub game where you're the only one buying observers, not a problem. But at some point it happens where the supports, you know, stars align and they're both warding. This kind of slip-ups suck. It's no one's fault. It just happened. So I'm kind of glad they're adding in that safety element. Which means now it is truly a race, guys. When you know the observer is somewhere, the enemy observer is, and you're racing for the sentry placement for who can get the money first. Now you've got to. You gotta place it before they can place theirs. Yeah, 300 is still like it could still happen where you overlap, but it's not going to be as bad. Cliffs especially will not be so bad. Smoke of Deceit used from the backpack. Oh, guys. I believe we have 6 item slots. What is this bullshit? What is this bullshit that you can use it from your backpack? Has no cooldown when entering the main inventory. I know this is technically the same thing, but I would feel better about taking this from the backpack into the main slot and using it and swapping back. I'm not usually a skill cap kind of guy, but there's something in me that feels upset that this is in the backpack, even though I'm the guy this benefits, because you know the supports have to carry it in most cases. Even though this is a direct benefit to me, I kind of dislike this. It's whatever, like it's in the game. I'm not really gonna make a huge deal about it, but it kind of bothers me a little. Oh, I brushed over the fact that warding can't be buffed by cast range. I think this is actually... I don't mind that they're doing this, but I also think it's sad. I think it's kind of cool that some heroes like Hoodwink and Rubik had advantages here, or you get like cast range stuff and it helped. I actually think it's a little bit of a shame they're taking it away, but it's going to make it standard between everyone. You know, whatever. That's too bad. Our idea of warding in the enemy base just got kind of like killed a little bit with this. Initial stock on tangos is going up. Shared tango. I'm free. I'll never spend money on a carry again. Oh my god. Get your own tangos. I wonder if this will kill the Nowadays, the pros like to go to lane without any regen. The support will buy some, and the cores are like, give me I'll take 3 gauntlets, a circlet, and whatever iron ranges you can fit. You know, they'll like min-max as much as possible. Now you can't. Or, I mean, you could, but you're going to get half value. Heals for half the amount. Yeah. Okay, I think more people at the pro level, I think you're going to be more inclined to start with some regen or play a little safer so you can buy it and it'll be a little later. Roche's banner now upgrades with each subsequent crop. Good. This is another change to make it easier to end the game. I forgot I was supposed to be power reading to go fast. 650 from 6, 9, 12. That's a lot. 1200. Holy shit. 6, 8, 10. Okay, I like this change a lot. My idea was to start being able to like build a trebuchet, which I think, you know, okay, we'll save that for 7.45, but this is also a very good change to help you end the game. Magic damage vulnerability decreased from 40 to 30%. Okay, sure. Ring of Tarask a little cheaper, a little cheaper, a little cheaper, a little cheaper. Ever so slightly cheaper. A little bit more lifesteal, but the multiplier is going down. Did it need that nerf? No one's buying Bloodstone. No one's still going to buy Bloodstone. Boots of Bearing now requires Ring of Tarask. Recipe taken out. So it's the same cost, 15 to 18. A lot of people aren't building Boots of Bearing because the drums no longer have charges. So you don't need to. Like, drums and tranquils, or just drums and a different set of boots, is like enough for most games. I don't think this change really does anything. Like, effectively, it's only 3 more HP regen, so like, you know, whatever. Unless there's some other item changes, I don't feel like that's gonna bring that back. No longer dispellable. Pipe was not. It was a weird one of like auras, like what was dispellable, what is not. Crimson Guard, one of the ways to deal with it was a nullifier. So now it's even harder for carries. This makes this better. Maybe we'll see more Vanguard buffs or Vanguard builds, because that one kind of dropped off compared to Blade Mail, because I was like, yeah, I don't need Crimson. But this is a big buff to Crimson, which I thought was already in an okay spot, so it's kind of funny, but whatever. Oh, Dagon buff. Yeah, guys, I miss seeing more Dagons in my game. Let's bring this shit out. Little cheaper. Okay, that is not nearly the buff I thought they were. Okay, never mind. Still not going to see Dagons. Mana break no longer applied by illusions. Oh, wow. That's just gone now. Suppress now applies basic dispel to any target. Did it not before? Or is it like you can use it on the enemy and it purges them? Yeah, I'm not sure why illusion heroes are getting hit with that nerf, but maybe they're getting some kind of buff somewhere else. You can purge enemies. Whoa. Disperser is super good now. Why build a nullifier? I mean, I know there's still reasons because nullifier is consistent, but I think a lot of carries will want disperser if it can be used that way. We made it to disperser before eating more food. I actually do like this change because nullifier was kind of oppressive. So nullifier is the superior dispel, but a lot more carries are going to want disperser, which will do its job, but also not be as good as nullifier at specifically the purging. So that's interesting. You add another choice, which indirectly nerfs the nullifier that supports we're struggling with. E-Blade change. Ultimate Orb instead of Aether Lens. Not a spellcaster item anymore, question mark? Or like different type of spellcaster item, I guess. 1 times the sum of the caster's attributes. Is Shotgun Morphling back? Can you do this? Is that better? Is there a strength Shotgun Morph build now? Maybe it's better without that. Primary attribute might have been better for Morphling. Maybe he's not the good example. Huh. Universal Heroes win again? Nature's? Wait, is there a Nature's build? He's got really good stat gain. Oh. It's not really hitting. This just makes it more of a tank item for cores. Supports were more likely to build this because they already had the Aether and the Ghost Scepter. Some cores would build it, like Lena. So this is probably just pushing it towards more core value because you get a lot more stats. I'm not 100% sure on the goal here. Recipe cost increased. Okay. No longer requires buckler. Cheaper. Lot cheaper. More armor. But the aura doesn't provide armor. Doesn't provide additional 25% to anyone but wearer. Still provides bonus HP regen to the wearer when below 50%. So cheaper but worse. And better just for me, the builder. I'm a little conflicted because this was one of the potential armor aura items, but it was also a go-to dispel for some healers. Like, so let's say Oracle versus Silencer. 5,000 gold to deal with Silencer. That's a lot. Or you go Lotus, which is also weird, you know? In this sense, this got heavily buffed as a dispel, but nerfed as an armor aura, which Guardian, Crimson Guard got buffed, so maybe that's okay. Like, they're having different places. This is a heal and a dispel. This is like your armor aura item. And, you know, like Vlad's, there's some other stuff too, but I guess I'm okay with that. Honestly, I never really cared for my teammates anyways. I really just wanted the dispel for myself. Maybe we're okay with it. But Guardian Greaves was kind of dead, so I'm a little surprised to see this kind of nerf. I think this is overall a buff, though. This is much more affordable for supports or like Darkseers rushing it. Hand of Midas no longer has an experience multiplier, and then they're making it cheaper. I mean, what will our excuse be now? Because I mean, we always it's for XP, guys. It's for levels. I'm a level dependent hero. It's not for money. This is an XP item. What bullshit are we gonna spew now when we want to build Hand of Midas? Oh, it's just okay. I'll be honest. I just want money. I'll be honest. I'd have to do some math there to see how much more gold efficiency this is. I think that's okay. It's Hand of Midas. It wasn't like Hand of Midas and Education. So I think the namesake is all about the money. I'm up for this lore-wise. I think this is good. This is a good lore change. Okay, Heart. Focus faster, guys. Heart. Wearer's health region is increased by 1.5. Okay, there is some value there. That'll be a math thing as well. Heaven's Halberd. Only dispellable by strong disarms, but still doesn't pierce debuff immunity. Disarm no longer has separate disarm durations for melee and ranged. It's always 3 seconds. Disarm cooldown from 18 to 20. I do like this, I think. Because Heaven's Halberd also dropped off. but there's only a few strong dispels in the game. So this makes it a lot better in the early game again. Compared to, like, you can't Manta Heaven's Halberd, for example, because that's a soft dispel. Helm of the Dominator, much less golden XP on the creep. I guess I'm okay with that. I didn't really want that to be the direction of the nerfs, but I guess it's fine. Whatever. It did need some kind of nerf. Crown instead of diadem. Recipes going up as a result. Less stats. Increase the charge gain time, but increase the max amount. Oh, come to think of it, when I did pull it up in the lobby, it was 25. And I had a moment of like, oh, I thought it was 20, but I guess I haven't built Locket in a while. I guess it was 25. Should have realized it could have been changed in the patch. Okay, so it's more charges now. Cast range is a little higher. Mana, what? Mana restore per charge decrease from 17 to 15? I actually didn't realize it was different from the magic wand. Restore 17 health. Sorry, I know you guys can't see this. It restores 17 health per charge and 15 mana per charge. Is that really necessary? Is this really... It's not even like that good of an item. It just got buffed a little because it's cheaper to build, or like the component to get is cheaper than the diadem. This is the same change Helm of the Dominator went through, where it got a crown instead of a diadem, so it was easier to build fast. Granted, no one's really rushing Holy Locket, so I don't know if that's as much of a buff as it is for Helm of the Dominator, which was literally rushed. This is so strange to me. Whatever. Conda. Okay, this one's kind of dead. Soul Booster instead of the Tiara. Remove the recipe. HP regen. But a lot less mana regen. Way more stats. I actually think for a spellcaster, the mana regen seemed better than this. This actually does not seem good. I'm not convinced on this one. I never build Conda, though, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Conda builders out there like it. Seems strange. Slightly more expensive wand. Okay, the mech armor, meteor. Oh, meteor buff. We'll think about that. We'll think about that for other heroes. The build is still strange. From Akaya, it's still strange. But I want that to be good. Okay, we read that earlier. I forgot this could actually be disassembled. 200 gold recipe. Sure. +1. Okay. Can now be disassembled. Sure. Okay. A different recipe. Perseverance instead of point booster. All right, I retract my statement about the Conda. Because it's more important to have regen at the start of the game, which is when Phylactery is being built. It's much more important to have this regen right here than it was to have these stats, in my opinion, for most heroes. Late game, when you're thinking about upgrading to a Conda, you have built other regen items if you need them. So the fact that this is better, to me, makes up for the fact that this lost the Tiara. All right, maybe I'm in. Maybe I'm back in. Maybe Phylactery Conda has a shot. What support can we do this on? Who can we spam this on with a little bit of extra mana regen? You build the Perseverance. Wait, can I disassemble this? Probably not. It has a recipe. You build the Perseverance and you queue up Lotus so they think you're helping. You're playing like Skywrath or Bounty and you're like, oh, I'm totally helping you guys. I am building the Perseverance to get the Lotus. And then you secretly build Phylactery. Maybe it's an even better axe item now. I feel like he actually wants a little bit of regen. But then he also wants a tank. Yeah, anyways, we'll think of that later. Evasion going up a lot. But actually nerfed because burn is no longer affecting people. Okay, so technically worse in general, but when BKBs come out and people weren't being affected by burn, this is inherently better for the builder. I think I'm okay with that trade-off. Burn no longer does extra damage to illusions. We're trying to bring back the illusion meta. Nerf diffusal, though. Illusion heroes dropped off for a variety of reasons, but one of them was that a bunch of items they gained bonus damage versus illusions, which naturally killed a lot of illusions faster, killing illusion heroes. So a lot of these have been reverted over the years. I think like Mjolnir and Maelstrom happened in the past, if I remember correctly, and now it looks like Radiance is another. Although Crimson Guard just got buffed, and that's really good versus illusions. Refresher Orb. This often breaks the meta. Doesn't require cornucopia. Recipe's more expensive. Doesn't provide damage, which I always thought was kind of funny. And it gives less regen. Okay, straight up nerfs to this item, which I think is actually fine, because that item's kind of... It gets really busted when it's too good. A little cheaper. Or, sorry, a little more expensive. This one's a little bit more... No, total cost... Oh, never... Okay, total cost is the same for both these items. I'm dumb. This one's a little cheaper. Also doesn't do extra damage to illusion. Dude, are illusions back? Are they coming back? Let's see what buffs like PL, Naga, and all them got. Shadow Walk debuff now caps the target's move speed to 200. This debuff is not dispellable and does not pierce debuff immunity. Interesting. This is like a soft kiting item now. That's cool. Shadow Blade and Silver Edge have been out of the meta for a while. I'm trying to think if this is like really good in certain situations. Can I cap Bloodseeker's move speed? Try it with Lycan running. Yeah, Lycan's another one. Okay, there could be some cool uses for it. Oh, I was saying Urn of Shadows might be good on our new boy Largo. Okay, it's got worse mana regen. Slightly higher. Okay, that's whatever. Can now be gained by all copies of Urn of Shadows items. Wait, this changes exclusive to Urn of Shadows and doesn't affect Spirit Vessel. Can now be gained by both Urn of Shadows and Spirit Vessel from the same hero death. Example to show the result of these changes. 2 allied heroes. Both of them have Urn of Shadows, and Spirit Vessel. An enemy hero dies within 1500 range of them. Both Urn of Shadows will gain a charge. Spirit Vessel will also gain a charge as well, but only for the ally that was closer to the dying enemy. Are we in some 5-man Urn meta? Now that we can all get charges? I don't think it stacks when you use it. Like, we can't all earn one guy and he just dies. But we can all take turns using Earn and slowly tick him down. Or like 2 people can use it aggressively. 1 guy can use it for healing. Invoker mid builds his for aggression. I build mine for team healing. Okay, I'm going to try Earn. Seems good. Although the item is actually technically worse. It's only better if more teammates buy it. Interesting. This is an interesting change. I really didn't expect that. Veil. What's happening to you? Ring of Health, Chainmail, Circlet. Ooh, something else that builds out of Circlet. Circlet starting item builders, stonks. I unironically think this is actually having a mid-game item start with Circlet is actually quite good for spellcasters. Like if there's any mid heroes who want to build this item, you might see them exchange some Iron Branches for the Circlet. I don't know the exact math, especially with like bottle rushes and stuff, but the casual Circlet is quite popular, and maybe it's not so casual anymore. Maybe it actually builds into a Veil. Cyclone cooldown and then attack speed. Okay, sure. Wraithband's kind of the worst of the three. I'm gonna eat while I test one thing real quick. I just deleted the page. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna set this up while I eat because I don't need to talk. I want to check if I build multiple urns. If I build 3 urns, do I get 3 urn charges per kill? That's the info we need right now. How far can we push this? If you're newer to Dota and you've never played through a new hero being released, I don't know why I'm titling it. You can't double pick new heroes for a certain amount of time. Whoever locks in first gets it. So pick the server you have the lowest ping on. Spam click like that. Not to brag, I'm usually pretty good about selecting the new hero when they come out, and this is my tech. And then we need one more category. And then maybe Morphling? I don't know. Let's see if they maybe Morphling became a hero again. And then when you load in, you go spam click here, and then you click over to lock in. You gotta do it real fast. That's the pro strats. I might have to, I see some gaps in my spacing here.
People are saying you're zoomed in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. My fiance came over to tell me. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Here's the tech. Here's the tech. All right. Over here. And then you just gotta like... And then this is your draft screen when the new hero comes out. I'll probably add a couple more here. But then you spam click lock in like that. All right. And with Largo... What can I do with this knowledge? Another huge brain strat, guys. Okay, let's be real. 6 would be just ridiculous. Let's settle for 4. And then you're losing, and you need charges. I'm so tanky with these urns. They share cooldown, but they don't share charges. Now I can go to all my teammates and heal them. And throw them on enemies. Oh, man. It's like double stick meta. There's maybe a world where 2 is okay. This is my fighting urn, and this is my healing urn. Is double urn the new double falcon blade? Maybe for supports. All right, that's going to be a funny one. I'm definitely going to try that at some point. We are 2 hours in, and I haven't even made it to Heroes. I am cooked, guys. I realistically don't think we're going to finish this patch tonight. I am too old to be doing 24-hour days. We're going to have to stop at some point. We'll see. We'll see what we get to. All right. Neutral item changes. Ripper's Lash, out. Sister Shroud, out. Spark of Courage, out. These were all fairly good for different things. I'm okay with swapping things around. Ash Legion Shield, active. Shield Wall. Decreases wearer's move speed by 12. That is a very specific amount. To give all their player-controlled units within 800 radius a 140 physical damage barrier. 6 seconds, no mana cost, cooldown 40. Doesn't affect ward units. All their player-controlled units. I'm sorry. Is this not like... Are there only like 4 heroes who would ever take this item? Am I missing something here? Beastmaster, Chen, Lycan. I guess there's a bunch of Helm Dom builders now, but you don't really need to shield them. Affects Veno wards? No, it says it doesn't affect ward units, so it shouldn't be like Veno wards and Shadow Shaman shouldn't be affected by it. The illusions, I guess? Illusion heroes? Broodmother? Okay, wait, actually. Broodmother with the spiders? That one's pretty sick. I forgot about that. Maybe Natures could take Treants again. This is such a niche item. But I guess to be fair, like, you know, Ripper's Lash was kind of niche. Various other items. Like, some heroes really benefited from... What's the, like, serrated Shanker one? Like, certain heroes did have better affinity. All right. I mean, we've been learning Chen, so maybe I'll actually get to use it. I'll decrease my movement speed by 12. That's such a funny trade-off. I like the idea, though, because you're, like, holding a giant shield in theory. So, let's give it a go. Boldness. Ooh, guys. If this works on your courier, and then you can use the courier to tank shit, that'd be so funny. So good. Duelist Glove is back. This thing only works if you're near enemy heroes. It has no actual... Well, I guess all the passive... I was about to say it has no passive stats, but I guess that's the case for every neutral, because they moved it over to the enchantments. Weighted dice. We love gambling. When calculating wearer's base damage or creep bounty from last hits, the value is computed 2 times in the highest value. That can't be good. That can't be worth it. If you didn't know, because it's not obvious, especially if you're newer to Dota, The damage number you see actually has a variance on your like hero graph area, and same with the gold bounty on creeps. You may have noticed that one. That one's a little easier to see. It usually only varies by like 6 to 10, 10 being pretty high, because over time they have been shrinking that variance down. Let's say you get weighted dice at 7 minutes and you change it at 17. You pick up like, let's say you farm 100 creeps in that time, and each creep had a variance of like 10 gold. But you're not going to get the 10 every time because it's rolling 2. And some you would have already gotten high rolls anyways. I guess we could say like 500 gold if we're just like throwing out a number. Ballpark. Maybe that's a little better than I thought. Because I'm trying to weigh the value of like, I pick a different item, I farm more neutral camps than I would have, but I will farm faster because I'm rolling my higher base damage and I'm getting slightly more gold per creep. Interesting. My gut reaction is this is not worth it, but as I think through it, maybe it is. Maybe it's not, though. It might only be good for certain heroes. Okay, you're gone. This was a really popular one. This one's back, but it's being changed, I guess. You counterattack every 5 seconds for 80% of your damage, but you can't proc attack modifiers. So I can't crit. I mean, not me. I'm probably not building this, but someone can't crit or maelstrom proc or whatever with this. Okay. Burn through total damage increase from 72 to 90. Sure. 50% less damage to non-hero targets. So this is worse for farming now. A lot worse. Gale Guard cycled out. Pollinate. Easier or more frequent to use. Each individual use is down. I think this is fine though. 45 to 25, and then you can spam it out a little better, like twice in a fight. 45 is quite long. Like this is usually once in a fight. 25 is now like, I used it on the Huskar. He used BKB. We disengaged a little bit, got back in. I could use it again, and BKB is still on cooldown. I think this is a good change. Psychic Push can now push allies. Okay, this actually makes us a lot better, I feel. Still can't push the wearer themselves, but this is like a mini restricted force staff. And or free griefing. Oh, I was trying to help you. Oh no, how are you on that cliff? Oh no, well don't worry, stepbrother. In just 15 seconds, I can get you down. All right, interesting. There should be some fun uses for this, I'm sure. Unrelenting Eye from tier 5 down to tier 3. Whoa. I guess no one was really taking this at tier 5s anyways. So what is this now? Slow resistance. This is your anti-slow item. So like, I am Venomancer. Search radius shrunk from 600 to a hero's attack range. Is that good or bad? This bonus is reduced by 10%. So it's harder for... This item is worse for carries because their attack range is larger. But someone like Sven, who has a shorter attack range, even though there are heroes nearby, the item isn't being reduced if they're not within an attack range. So this is strictly better for melee heroes who are getting kited by slows. Okay, that's kind of cool. I'm a little worried that is like very specifically good and it will either go untouched or it's going to be broken because you're getting it for free. You know, you're like, oh, I'm no longer being kited and I now can itemize a different way. I feel this could easily go one way or the other. Jigs, thank you so much for gifting a sub. I saw that one because we paused for a moment here. I've been missing a lot of them. Thank you all so much, everyone, for tuning in, and then anyone like gifting subs and all that, subscribing. Thank you. Monocle out, Outworld out, Pyrrhic Cloak out. Okay, guys, I also very quick complaint. Outworld, it happens once at TI, and then suddenly Reddit is all like, oh, this item killed Juggernaut. It's why he's so bad. If this was gone, Juggernaut would be a decent hero. Before this was even changed, Juggernaut had like a 53% win rate in pubs. This was like, it mattered. It was good for pros and all that. Like, I get it, but like, there were so many pub players complaining about Jug being bad because of this item, and the guy was always above 50% the entire time. Anyways, Flayer's Boda, Bloodthirst, increases wearer's base damage by 15%, core item, and attack speed by 30 for 6 seconds. No mana cost, 65-second cooldown. So this is like a Vlad Mask of Madness mini. Passive is Blood Rush. The cooldown of Bloodthirst is reset whenever an enemy hero dies within 1,200 units. So it's not mini. It's... I don't have a term for it. You just go from target to target. Activating and killing, and activating and killing, and activating and killing. I mean, that's pretty... Seems decent. Tier 4, though. I would have to compare it to the other Tier 4 items, which I'm kind of forgetting all of them right now. Wait, Dormant Courier got buffed? Did I miss that? Or just like the number is more? What are you? Slightly nerfed, okay. False Flight. Phased movement, 50% slow resistance, and 25% evasion for 5 seconds. No mana cost. Okay. Good survivability item for supports, especially those who might need evasion. This part seems more for the core heroes picking this up to go aggressive. There's a lot of evasion changes. Or maybe they're just sticking out in my head. People thought Sister Shroud was being removed, but it's actually being spread out. Metamorphic Mandible. Pupate. The wearer enters in insect form, gross, for 4 seconds, increase magic resistance by 35%, and move speed by 15%. How? Okay, hold on. But decreasing size by 20% and armor by 45%. No mana cost, cooldown 30. Can be dispelled. Can't be cast while channeling. Okay, now I'm not going to look it up because I don't really want to look at bugs pupating. I thought pupate is like... What's the Pokemon? You know, there's like one thing and then they get the shell, and aren't they like... Do they move faster in like a pupae state? I thought that was like the slowest version of bugs. Pupate is the Metapod. Metapod famously known for being a really fast Pokemon. What is this? Why are we getting 15% move speed in this time? I should be slowing down. Ridiculous. This game's garbage, guys. Let's go play League of Legends. Rattlecage. Reverberate. After taking 180 damage from any source, fire the projectiles. This wasn't that popular last time it was in the game. That deals 110 damage and slows target. I can't really remember what the last version of this was. I don't remember this being that popular. So I'm not sure if this is the same, if it'll be popular. Maybe it has a change that I just don't remember. I guess slowing is kind of nice, but it's a very small slow, 0.2. Is there a cooldown on this? No, the cooldown is effectively how much damage you take. Maybe it's better than I thought. Or maybe people didn't like the passive in combination with whatever stats Rattlecage had before, and now that we have the enchantment system, maybe it's better. Like, you could take Rattlecage, like, let's say you were a carry hero, and you were happy to have this passive, but you didn't just want armor, and you wanted, like, the attack speed stuff. Maybe it's better for that reason, that it's customizable. Helm of the Undying, Reddit, rejoice, it's gone. Dezen Bloodright, ooh, being moved up to tier 5 and being buffed a little bit, sure. Rift Shadow Prism, active, refract, spends 10% of the wearer's current health to create a full health illusion that lasts for 20 seconds. The illusion has 50% outgoing damage and 240% incoming damage. No mana cost, cooldown 30. In case you're holding your dormant curio to tier 5s. Are we bringing back illusion heroes? Are we bringing back illusion heroes? No, I was just learning Chen. Don't do this to me. Fair, though. This ability is ridiculous. Hero changes. All right. We are at 2 hours. Well, let me show you guys how far we made it in 2 hours. We're here. We have till down here. It is almost 9 p.m. here. It's gonna take a while. Can illusions be good without diffusal mana burn? Sure. It was a classic, but take Naga Siren and Terrorblade, for example. Terrorblade actually doesn't build Disperser or Diffusal all that often in his current builds. It's actually very rare. Sometimes he does, but it's not in the default build. Naga Siren can build Diffusal. Carry Naga is really uncommon right now. But at times that she has been good, she could do Diffusal, but you would also see a lot of like Manta Orchid Heart builds that just completely skip Disperser. So I think they can be good. It's just a question of like, is there another build and what is the hero? Are they any good? 19-hour day for you today? Yeah. We took there was a break and a mini nap in the middle. Guys, for anyone interested, no spoilers. Doki Doki Literature Club is free on Android for whatever reason today. Or not just today, it's like free. My fiance found out, and then I never played, but I meant to. And I was supposed to take a nap, but then my cat sat on me and I woke up, and then I couldn't sleep again. So I was playing that on my phone. And now, regret. Should have napped. Should have napped when I could have. Should have napped. Wake me up when we're at Razor. Wake me up if we don't make it to Razor. All right, I had a little bit more soup. Let's continue. Hero changes. Let's go faster takes tangents. I can't help it. It's who I am. Just imagine the tangents we would go on if we weren't trying to go faster. Okay, slight nerf. Okay, to save time, I'm not going to read out the numbers. I'm sorry if you're listening to this as an audio podcast, but we'll just summarize as we read if it's buffs or nerfs. And that'll speed us up a little bit instead of reading essentially a couple sentences per hero to say like strength up 1, strength down. Unless it's like really notable to me. Like, oh my god, 15 extra strength here. All these ones that buff by like 1 or 2, Okay, 2 is actually kind of significant. For buffs that are just like 1, we'll just like quickly say. I think we'll save some time over the course of like 100 heroes doing that. All right. Abaddon, some slight nerfs. This hero is pretty popular at the pro level. Constantly above 50% win rate in pubs, because any hero with like a second life mechanic tends to be pretty good for pubs because people just overestimate themselves, or it just protects you when you do some stupid shit. So I think this is fair. This is a nerf to the quickening, right? I think you can do the other facet too, but whatever. Mist Coil is not really part of the core Abaddon build, but it seems like it's being buffed in the early levels, which is more of a support Abaddon thing. So I guess that's one way to get like support Abaddon in, who is not as good as a support. He's much better as a core right now, at least at like the top level. So kind of a cool change there to like, usually like if you buff one, the other gets buffed. So you try to buff support Abaddon and then core Abaddon becomes broken. But this is a good way to do it. Okay, Alk looks like a nerf. Mana cost increase, nerfing Alchemist. He's not even that good right now. Per greed stack. I don't know if maybe his pub win rate is really good. I'm a little surprised to see a nerf to Alchemist. Maybe there's some item synergy I'm not thinking of. He likes Radiance. Midas? Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. I'm a little surprised to see an Alk nerf. Maybe I'm not thinking of something. Okay, Anti-Mage, removed counterspell ally ability. Yeah, I liked the idea, but no one ever did it. Aghanim Shard no longer provides counterspell ally. Aghanim Shard illusion outgoing damage increase from 75 to 100. So just makes your illusions better. Boring. 15 talent persecutor. Okay, whatever. Base attack. I would, as a caster, I want to see more Arc Warden, but pubs cry out as the Smurfs sense a buff to Arc Warden. 10 more base attack speed, and the mana cost on his bubble is being rescaled, but it should be cheaper in general. Not too bad, but the laning is going to be better with this 10 extra base attack speed, and that's where Arc Warden can pop off, like having a good start and then building up a bunch. Aw, Robert, thank you. Thanks for joining for I know you're usually there in all the casts, I know that, but thanks for tuning into the patch stream as well. Axe, okay, here's someone at the top of the meta, and for both pros and pubs. The duration of call is going down a lot in the early levels, which is a big deal because this is usually a 1-point wonder, and you max Battle Hunger and spin first. And the cooldown also going up 1 second. That's not as bad, but at max level, it's also 1 second longer. Same duration, but that will, these small changes do affect you in like various team fights. Because 12, 11, and now 12 is short enough to use multiple calls in a fight, especially the later fights, and that'll get you sometimes. Like that 1 extra second makes a difference. The TP outs, stuff like that. Doesn't have the armor-based damage multiplier, and is instead pure damage. Do I like this? Let me imagine myself as a support being battle hungered. I don't know if I like this. I don't think I do. I'm not sure I'm happy tanking pure damage in the laning stage. But in theory, axes were building a bunch of armor, so there was probably more physical damage coming out of this ability in the mid to late game. I'm not sure on the exact math on that, because it had better scaling, but then it was being reduced by armor. So I don't know exactly what the cutoff is. But I feel this will be painful in the lane, especially because a lot of pub axes weren't even doing the meta build of like 3 ringer protections or 2. A lot of them were still just doing like gauntlets and stuff. So then there wasn't even bonus physical. So now we're more likely to see that type of build, I imagine, from axes. And they'll still do like, I don't know, it's pure, so it's like a buff to whoever had armor, nerf to people who had low armor, I guess. I don't think any of these talent changes will be all that exciting. So I'm... Looks like they reordered... Plus 12 battle hunger damage. I would have to look at the math on that. Pure damage. Let's say you had like 15 bonus armor at this point, which previously would have added to the battle hunger physical. Now you're taking a talent to get the pure. Huh. I'm not sure how good that is. Anyways, okay, Bane. I don't think he needs a huge nerf. And it looks like 1 more second on Nightmare cooldown. I think that's fine. And then Ag Scepter illusion damage increased by a little bit. Okay, that feels fairly reasonable. I think this is a good nerf to him. He's not even that popular for most pubs, but he was like... There's a couple Bane specialists at the pro level who are like doing pretty well with him. Bat Rider, reducing his daytime vision. Wait. Increasing. The long day is getting to me now. Why, though? I like that he has less vision. I think it's a cool part of the hero. Arsonist, blah, blah, blah. Move speed slow, decreased. Okay. Okay, Bat Rider is considered broken at the pro level. He's very, maybe not broken. He's really good. He's very common in the first phase bans because you can play him as support safely pretty much every game. And then even core is doable in the right matchups. I like that Bat Rider couldn't see in the daytime. I like that there's a couple heroes with differences. I'm a little sad to see this. I think the slow nerf is like fine. I actually thought they would nerf him a little bit more. But whatever. Beastmaster. What is a common daytime vision range average? Most heroes have 1800. 1800 day vision and then 800 night vision. And then there's only a few heroes who deviate from that. The common deviation is whether you have night vision or not, which people like Slark had 1800. Bane has a little bonus. Night Stalker has full night vision and then reduced day vision, fitting. I think Sniper has slightly increased night vision. Luna with her ability. I know I'm forgetting someone, but I'm gonna move on because that's not, that's not in the patch. Or maybe it is, but I guess it literally is. It literally is for Bat Rider. Beastmaster, axe damage rescaled. Little better early levels, worse later levels. I think that's okay. Call of the Wild Boar got a little worse. Okay. And then attack speed nerfed at the early levels, but buffed in the later levels. Okay. I am up for this because I don't mind Beastmaster and this zoo meta idea and all that stuff, but it's supposed to be early game, like, oh, they're going to kill us in 20 to 30 minutes. But Beastmasters are like, man, I didn't get him in 20, 30 minutes, whatever. I'll just get him at 50 to 60 to 70 minutes. Like, this guy was scaling way too well. So I think changing it a little bit is in the right direction. It may not even be enough. But he has been dropping down a little bit. He's like picked, but not considered the best. So, maybe he didn't need as big of a nerf. Bloodseeker. Base heal increased. Okay. This is for last hits, right? When he kills a unit. Yes, okay. 5 is pretty sizable at the start of the game, like during the lane. And then it's not upgraded anymore, okay? So what are these now? Targets max health as pure damage decreased from 3 to 2%. Wait, is that just a straight up nerf? Oh, no. Ag Scepter, sorry. Ag Scepter is now the Ag Shard. And the Ag Shard is the percentage health damage. Wait, that could actually be pretty good for Bloodseeker. So what's the Ags? Now upgraded with Aghanim Scepter, increases current health as initial damage by 3%. Replaces cooldown with 2 charges. Ooh, I kind of like this. I'm gonna finish reading and then let's theory craft a little. Okay, Blood Rage spell amplification, Blood Rage attack speed, 8% rupture initial damage, percent Blood Rage max health DPS for. I'm not using. I don't. Are they trying to push like some support Bloodseeker here? I'm not doing it. I'm just. Maybe I would do it. I think he's better as a core though. I don't think he would take that talent. I think he would just focus on yourself. 20 agility at 20. Oh, carry Bloodseekers like that. Though I don't know. Extra cast range on the ult's kind of nice. And then 2 rupture charges replaced with 2.5 blood right silence. That's gonna be a really long silence. Okay. The reason I think this could be quite interesting is because Bloodseeker is an early game hero. So if the shard is actually good and it boosts your damage, which is kind of funny because it's a shard, so you could get it early, but then they don't have a lot of health to give you the percentage value. But it means you can fit in another small item into your inventory and then continue to upgrade through the shard without having to immediately replace an item. So for example, as an early hero, I was going to Echo Saber. I'm like, why would you buy Echo Saber on Bloodseeker? Panic, Diffusal, Diffusal or Mage Slayer. I don't know. These are maybe not the greatest examples for a Bloodseeker, but maybe they could be, right? An extra Falcon Blade that you used to have to replace quickly. Maybe you can get it, have a stronger early game, then still get the shard, which will boost you without taking up a slot. So maybe there's a cool build there. I don't actually play much Bloodseeker, so I'm not 100% sure. I do play Bounty Hunter, though. Cut Purse. Visual effect of gold flying towards Bounty Hunter is no longer visible to enemies if Bounty Hunter is invisible. I didn't know that was a thing because I never take Cut Purse. The other one's better. And this is not an actual buff to the ability, so I still think the other one's better. Shadow Walk. Stun longer. Okay. It actually just a buff to Bounty. Nice. We like Bounty. Okay, we've got at least one hero. We're going to play Bounty. And then we're going to build 2 urns. Where is it? 2 urns into Phylactery. Maybe we can't get the second urn. You kind of need the Phylactery sooner to make the damage better the sooner you get it. We'll have to pick between 2 urns and Phylactery, perhaps. I'll definitely give some version of that a go. 1 urn, 1 vessel. We could, but we start with double urn and go from there. I'm not even memeing, guys. We are absolutely going to try double urn a couple times. It may end up being garbage, but I have to try it. For some kind of like momentum hero, like Bounty Hunter. I don't know who else might do it. Mirana, maybe, something like that. Maybe like Invoker support. The build has always been a little funny. Maybe you just buy a couple urns and you can always... I need the urn for the Cold Snap combo, and now I've got the urns, you know? It could be pretty funny. Brewmaster, let's see. Nerf to strength gain, intelligence buff. Some facets being changed around here. Jeez, he's got an essay here. All right, let's begin our... I feel the same. For how tired I am right now, even though I love Dota, I have this same feeling as when I was still in college. And it's like, oh shit, I gotta lock in to read this, like, this textbook or some research paper. You're reading your like 5th research paper of the night to like write an essay and you need to like understand it. You're like, God, okay. Like my eyes like want to close. I'm like, oh, okay, here we go. Liquid Courage, new innate, improves with Brewmaster's level,
Brewmaster drops below 50% health. When he drops below 50% health, he gains status resistance debuff, and his move speed alternates every 1 second, being faster and being slower. The effect becomes stronger at lower health, scaling from 0 up to a max value. Scaling up from 0 up to max values at 20% health. This is just like reading the textbooks. Max status resistance is 10.5 plus 0.5%. Max speed increase is 25%. Max speed slow is 10%. Okay. This is quite nice. Well, I haven't read the rest, so I'll try not to like go too far into it. But Brewmaster likes status resistance because you want to go in as the regular hero, tank damage, and then be able to ult. But the fear is that you go in and then get crowd controlled and you can't ult, and then you die and you look like a fool. So having innate status resistance is super helpful to help prevent that from happening. Let's see if that actually synergizes with like the other stuff. If you get the shard, you can activate the ability to toss a strong drink to himself or a teammate, granting the max effects for 5 seconds and also providing 2% max HP regen. 2%? Oh, 10%? Not bad. You don't usually drink to gain health. That's a little misleading to the youths playing Dota. Drinking is not beneficial to your health. Cast range 800, mana cost 50, cooldown 20. When would this be good? I mean, I guess you get max, which is what? Wait, is it max to his level, or like you're level 10 with the shard, but then it's acting like level 30 status resistance? That's maybe one to test later for the one Brewmaster I will see in my pubs for the next, 200 games. Because maybe that's like a good chunk of status resistance you could throw onto your cores and stuff. Okay, let's see what else. We got a lot more to go in this essay. Thunderclap. A little easier cast point. Okay. Mana cost. A little more expensive at level 1, but cheaper overall. That's good. He's not a smart hero. He certainly has not been reading very many research papers and theses. The radius, buff at the early levels, but nerfed a little bit at the end. I think that's overall fine for the hero. Cinder Brew now rolls a barrel of ale that deals a little bit of physical damage to enemies in the path and then drenches them like usual. So it's kind of just taking the facet into the ability. Drunken Brawler, moved brewed up effects from Cinder Brew to Drunken Brawler. When Brewmaster casts any ability, he becomes brewed up for 5 seconds, gaining 150% to his stance bonus. If he's already brewed up, the duration is extended by 1 second. After brewed up ends, if he is already brewed up. So like as I use different abilities, it will stack on itself, I think, and like add a second. After brewed up ends, Brewmaster is hungover and cannot become brewed up again for 9 seconds. That's funny. Earth Stance magic resistance increases from 5, 10, 15, 20% to 8, 12, 16, 20. Fire Stance attack speed. Ooh, 40 from 25. Void Stance gone. They didn't, rather than redo the icon, they just want to kill the Void Bruling. Stances can now be switched without canceling, channeling, or invisibility. Is the Void Bruling actually gone? He's actually gone! They hate the Void Bruling. Really? They didn't just want to like redraw the icon? Why did they? Okay, I mean, I get that the hero existed without the Void Bruling, and yeah, it's fine, whatever. But I liked that he added it in when we got Void Spirit. I thought it was nifty. I'm sad that's gone. All right, I'll be real. I am trying to process the change. But I know a lot of us will not need to know these changes. I know there's like 5 brew players out there. You guys are real ones. I actually like playing with brews. I'm going to read this later. I don't have the brain power to process all this right now. It seems bad to remove the void stance. Void stance is his like second best stance. A little debatable maybe. The evasion stance is really good. You switch to void as you start to like enter a team fight. And then the attack stance is when you're like free and safe and doing the most damage. And then the earth one kind of sucks. There's like a couple of cases for it. But the void stance is like one of his best. The void bruling, you could argue, was like the ability was like whatever. Though moving people was kind of cool. It's not as important as the others in my opinion. But unless all brewlings now receive their respective drunken brawler stances, I don't play a lot of brew. So I don't really understand the amount of value, and I can't process all these changes going on right now. Unless that's like a huge buff. It seems really sad to lose the void stuff. Void Spirit took Brewmaster's job. Oh man, haven't gotten there yet. It looks like some of you do not like the Brewling changes, the Brewmaster changes as a whole. So maybe it's like, maybe it hasn't been panning out. It's a big patch. You know, maybe there will be some stuff. You know, maybe he's a guy who could build multiple urns. Maybe there'll be some new build for him. But we'll come back to this later. Oh yeah, give me the dumb bristleback changes. Easy peasy. Little bit more strength gain. No longer increases armor loss per stack. Armor loss per stack increased to 2.53, 3.5 by default. Okay, I see. I was a little confused for a bit because I was like, this didn't have scaling value where like more stacks gave exponential armor loss. No, what it meant was Nasal Goo just does this. This is a buff to the other facet because now you have the other facet and you still get the scaling negative armor. I see. Truly the brain is slowing down here, but we're getting there. We're figuring it out as we go. Okay, buff to Bristle. I guess that's okay. Falcons looking to win another TI. Broodmother. Aghanim Shard no longer increases duration. Broodmother illusions now also benefit from the web. Nice. We're all drinking spider's milk. Attack bonus increased from... I guess the web actually doesn't have anything to do with spider's milk. I thought that because the web used to be like the extra regen, and now it's spider's milk. Attack bonus increased from 2,468 to 3,6,912. Sure. Spider's milk heal. Yeah, whoever took... Who is taking Spider Milk Heal? Nobody. Spider health buffed. Attack bonus decreased a little bit, but you got it in the like base ability and more. 35 attack speed. Oh, that was a good one for Carry Brew liked that one at level 20. 25% incapacitating bite, slow, and mischance. That doesn't seem worth it because this doesn't pierce BKB. And by the time you're at level 20 and you're thinking about like, oh, if I fight with a carry, I'm making a miss. Like most of them have like BKBs, MKBs, and stuff like that. That doesn't seem great. Though I guess it's better than it being at 15, which is where it's being moved away from. 14% spin web move speed, and you ignore the speed limit. Holy shit. Oh, but the other one's the minus bat time during... Damn, that's such a hard choice. Oh, man. Do you want to be the fastest spider in the world? Apparently a pupae. And then... Or attack the fastest. Ah, damn. Ricky, I'm not going to make it to bed. Or I'm not going to make it to the end. There's no way. We ain't making it.
I like Brood. These buffs don't seem amazing to me. But maybe there's like an item build I'm not thinking of, so I'll just leave it. I'll just leave it and we'll move on. I've not looked at anything yet. The new hero is absolutely sick, and also I will be building multiple urns on... I haven't decided who. I'm going to try it on Bounty. Those are the takeaways I've got for you now. That's it. That's all I've got so far. Centaur. A little bit of nerf. And then a lot higher cooldown relatively to Workhorse. I think this is fair. He's like one of the offlaners of the patch, and especially Workhorse being you can use it instead of Stampede for yourself, but it's also this absolutely insane late game save, and it's only 24 seconds. It was only 24 seconds. I think it's really reasonable to bump it up, if not like 35, maybe even more, because this ability has finally reached a point where it's just insane. You know, you use it on a ranged carry and they are just full DPS, no fears. It's absurd. Okay, Chaos Knight. Min damage. wait. Min base damage increased by 5. Max. Okay, so then damage at level 1 changed from 48 to 78 to 53 to 70. What is the point of the dice? Chaos Knight, because of being Chaos, he is the hero with the highest variation. And I was mentioning earlier when we were looking at the dice that they've been shrinking this down over time anyways. He is the hero with the largest variance. He is like the guy who might benefit from the dice the most, and they are shrinking it. Who's taking these dice? Ricky doesn't even know what I'm yelling about. He's like, what dice? Who's taking these dice? I love the idea of the dice, but like, if we're even changing this on Chaos Knight, I don't know who is taking it. It might still be, I'm overreacting. It might still be worth it to do the dice on a couple heroes. Take the dice for the extra 12 GPM. No, it might actually be more Bayo. It might be more than that, but like, I have to sit down and do some math. It's certainly not going to be worth it for supports, but for like flash farming heroes, there's probably some cutoff. I have to calculate that out. 25 talent, or I let someone else better at math calculate that out, maybe. Tens maybe that is better, because actually in the late game, like level 25, you need the illusions to kill a couple heroes and you win the fight. And the issue is the illusions get killed easier because we're talking level 25. People are super farmed. So having them for a shorter time, but they're more likely to live, is probably better than having them for a longer time. I'm sure there's trade-offs, but that seems good for him. This is a nerf to Chen in the most strange way. Because, I don't know. At least it's doing some damage by default. Maybe it's not even that much of a nerf. They're nerfing Penitence, but giving it some base damage to start. So I'm not actually even sure if this is a nerf. But also, I feel Penitence is not a huge part of his kit right now in the way it's being nerfed. You mostly play around the other stuff, so that's kind of funny to me. Although I suppose the indirect nerf to Chen is here, in the fact that the Satyr Mindstealer, which is how he's winning most lanes, got fairly heavily nerfed to start.
You do one less like multiplier on the intelligence, which is quite a lot for the amount of mana you're burning. So that's probably the bigger nerf to him rather than this. Guardian Greaves nerf is huge for Chen. I'm actually undecided on that because I actually think Guardian Greaves got buffed as a dispel and nerfed as an armor aura. For Chen, who's a little bit more on the aura side, yeah, for maybe him, it's like probably a nerf. For someone like Oracle, I think you're actually fine with that change. I guess Crimson Guard being buffed is also bad for him. Not that the creeps are really doing much right-click damage, though, by the time the Greaves come out, or the Guard comes out. You mostly use them for utility or split push at that point. We'll come back to this. I've been learning Chen, but I'm not experienced enough to, like, truly know where that is. Yo, Clinks, my guy, do you have anything left? What is this? Remove? Brand new hero here. Okay, they want Clinks to build urns. I see how it is. All right, let's do some reading. Infernal Shred. This is a passive. Our skeletons and ourselves apply a stacking debuff that causes their attacks to pierce up to 20% of the target's armor. Clinks applies 2% per attack, and the boys apply 1. The debuff lasts 5 seconds, doesn't affect the target's armor directly, simply improves attacks only for Clinks and skeletons. This is so convoluted. So it doesn't even like work with teammates like we run a negative armor strat. Strictly myself and my skeletons receive this effect. I need to see if this like refreshes as you go or not. Okay, skeleton archers attack speed factor decrease from 60 to 50. Searing arrows is returning as a, oh wait, tar bomb is gone, right? Oh man, back to old version here. Searing arrows is back. Imbued Clinks' arrows with fire for extra damage. The archers always fire searing arrows with 50% reduced damage. Mana cost 10. Skeleton archer targets the enemy attacked by Clinks with searing arrows effect. Skeleton archer target. Okay, I'm going to read everything before I react too much. Because I'm trying to understand if support Clinks is going to be doable. Death Pact does not spawn archers. Skeleton Walk. Skeleton Archer stats and Ag Scepter upgrades are now part of Skeleton Walk. What? The Ags? Skeleton Archer duration rescaled to 20, 25, 30. Also applies to Burning Army. Burning Barrage. No longer slows. Burning Army. What the fuck are his abilities now? What's the combo? Strace. Who is this bony boy? Trying to understand what is in this now. Okay, so the buff he got as a support is that Searing Arrow can be used without drawing creep aggro again. Tar Bomb cannot be used in that way because you still had to attack after that. So we can now harass without drawing creep aggro. Downside, Tar Bomb applied a slow and was the phylactery delivery method if you were going that build, which you don't strictly have to, but you can no longer apply a slow with Tar Bomb, which sort of kills the support value of Clinks. Now he is like a strong laner who is then only playing for himself. So support Clinks might be a little dead. He's only got one facet. Huh. All right, they're unsure what to do with him. I see. So they don't want me. They don't want me to play him. They want him to be a carry. Perhaps. Clinks has changed so much. I don't know how good this is. This would determine how much I believe in the hero being a core, but I don't really have a great estimate for how quickly this can stack up, how much armor he's avoiding. Like, for example, you see Terrorblade and you're like, I'm going to pick Clinks. Is that good? I don't know, because I don't really have a good feel for how this stacks and all that. Something to check later. I don't want to do it now. But that would decide for me if it's like any good. Now, why would the dev do that to me? We go hard. Why would he do that to me? Doesn't he know the last time I felt happiness was playing Clink support? Look how good I was at it. He didn't want me. You guys can't even see it. I wanted to play more of it. It's so fun. The devs don't want me to have it. You know how different players are drawn naturally to certain play styles and they connect to them more naturally? I'm pretty sure being an invis player is like, it's in me, you know, like it naturally comes to me. I have a pretty good win rate with like invis Clinks, invis like Bounty, Ricky. I was born to be a sneaky assassin. But not to the Dota devs. They don't want me to play Clinks anymore. Or I have to be a core player if I'm going to do it. Clockwork. Jetpack can be toggled on and off. Oh, I kind of like that. Toggle duration down. There were times it was actually kind of annoying. Like you want a jetpack for a little bit, but then you're done and you want to do stuff. But like you're stuck in this like slow turning jetpack animation. So this is it's a buff to a couple niche situations. A lot of the time you'll probably just be able to keep it on. But there are times you genuinely want to stop and do things and be able to turn properly. So it's nice for that. Rocket flare, cool. Dang it. Okay, it used to be possible to like fire a certain amount of rocket flares out. This change is removing one extra cast of the triple rocket flare scouting value. I don't even know if he needed that like nerf, but it's fine. I understand. Crystal Maiden base damage decreased by 2, but base int going up by 2. Okay, that's actually a buff. The damage is the same, but you have a little bit more mana to work with. Okay, sure, why not? You can build 2 urns over there as well. Dark Seer. Oh wait, maybe I don't need triangles anymore. Guys, can we do like obviously the 2 urns will cover our health needs. So maybe I can skip Tranquils and we can build other boots like Arcane Boots. And then you can go the other facet. Wait, what if the other... Oh, no, damn. The other facet only buffs her... It's not effective. Damn. Guys, I was cooking a build right there for a moment. I was thinking the other facet that boosts your damage... but increases your mana costs. Like if it worked on items, Arcane Boots to cover the mana cost, and then you get the urn, it would have actually been good. Maybe it needs to work on items because that facet's not very good. They're buffing it, so maybe it's maybe it is now, but or not this patch, but previous patches. Maybe it's getting there. Darkseer. Oh, Io. You're right. Io could be the multi-urn builder. Darkseer. A little bit of buff to int. No longer... Okay, that's such a minor change. For him, the aura changes will probably determine if he's good again. Or if illusion heroes are actually back, because it seems like they're trying... There's been a lot of changes that seem good for illusion heroes. He is the anti-illusion guy, so that might also be a buff for him, his place in the meta. Dark Willow does not like illusion heroes. And let's see, stun is actually buffed in the early game. Most people leave it at a 1-point wonder while you max the other stuff, so that's good. Jex returns a little faster. Oh, okay. If you don't play Dark Willow, you may not know this, but you can't... Jex does the Terrorize and the Bedlam, so you can't use both at the same time. There were a couple periods in various fights where you Terrorize and you want to start using Bedlam, but you're waiting for Jex to get his slow ass back to you before you can do it. So now he'll get to you a little bit faster with 200 more move speed. 150 Cursed Crown AoE replaced with -50. Oh wait, that's sick. Oh, I like that. Late game, 65-second massive AoE. Over, what's the other? Bedlam damage? Look, as much as I like Bedlam damage, there are times where you actually play utility. That's a pretty sick talent change, actually. I like that a lot. I like that a lot more than Cursed Crown AoE. It's so hard to land Cursed Crowns anyways. Like, by the time you're 15, heroes have Dispels anyways. So there's so many situations where Cursed Crown doesn't even matter. So it didn't even matter that it had a bigger AoE. This is way better, in my opinion. I like that. Dawnbreaker, base damage up by 1. Ag Scepter no longer reduces airtime or channel time. Ag Scepter heals per pulse. What does the Ags do now? It's just that it follows me. This hero was already nerfed. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. Part of the value of the Ags is that you show up faster, which is a good thing. It sounds like this is nerfing the Ags because you don't get that anymore. But I don't think she even needs it. Am I misunderstanding something? Channel and airtime are longer, so the heal is more. That might be true if I'm like understanding it properly. But usually you actually want to like show up to the fight sooner. That's actually usually better than like a little bit more heal. Because you're an offlaner, you have like, I don't know. So actually, Ags was sometimes a first item rush. Actually, it was towards the end of when she was like really good. But anyways, you have like abilities and other items. So rather than heal like a little bit more, you actually wanted to show up and like use them. So having the reduced time was actually quite good. And now I need to show up to make sure I'm getting my like double earn charge value, you know? And if I'm stuck in the air a little longer, I may not make it in time. I might miss out on my earn charges. We got problems here. Still does the linger. That's true. The linger is pretty good as well. Okay, this seems like a nerf if I'm understanding that correctly. And I'm not sure she needed it, but she's getting it. Dazzle, a little bit more base strength. Intelligence gain actually being nerfed. The damage, okay, so damage is down. Shard healing. Did Dazzle need it? What was his pub win rate? Was it even that good? A little tankier. I guess it's not strictly that hard of a nerf. It's like a rebalancing. Strength is actually useful for a save support because people do try to kill you. So having a little bit more health is pretty good. And Dazzle usually, like, you build a bunch of int items, so your mana is not as big of an issue. That might overall be good. Although your damage is like mildly worse. Death Profit 0.5 per hero level to 0.75 plus 0.75 per level up. Move speed bonus change from 0.5 per hero. Is this not like just way better? Am I decimaling correct here? 0.5% to starting with 0.75, but then also scaling up by 0.75. At level 10, it was 5%, and now it's 8.25% at like level 10. So she's like way faster, isn't she? No longer provides bonus move speed during exorcism, but her base movement speed is now a lot better thanks to this innate change. Okay. Ag Scepter Spirit bonus increased a little bit. Okay, Death Prophet had her time and then got hard nerfed. After like the Ags build caught on, they like killed the attack speed on the hero, and then she dropped off again. So this might be... I wonder if we can do support Death Prophet again. Heroes that are fast without needing a lot of items tend to be able to do it. And support Death Prophet was doable, like, recently, and then she got nerfed a lot. Now she's going to be faster, so I can save my money on boots and get the urn. I can get the urn a little bit sooner. Yeah. I might try that. Doom, getting a little smarter. Devil's Bargain, yeah. This one... I liked the idea, but in the end, it was not like, oh, let me pivot item builds around in a really cool way. It was just, let me like buy and sell items. And the dieback cost or the buyback cost having to be more was like, whatever. No one cared. I'm glad that's being removed. He doesn't have a new facet yet. They don't have an idea for it, but I'm glad that one's gone. I guess he still has the other two because no one ever really took Impending Doom. Even though I think Impending Doom is actually like a... I think this one's a cool idea. It's just really slow to become useful. But I like that it's... I like both of these facets conceptually a lot more than the other one. In practice, I conceptually liked the other one, but it ended up being a very boring facet, in my opinion. Ag Scepter now also increases damage per second from... okay. I guess. Sure. Okay, Dragonite, super popular. 2 less base agility. Bonus attack damage during ult being nerfed. Quite a lot at max level. Oh, wait. Is this the... The Ags is the last level. So it's 20 off at max 18. The Aghanims isn't very common in the build right now. That's the one that's the 30. I mean, it's still a nerf. It's a little... I had 30 in my head right away. It's 20, which is like a little less, but still a nerf. Breathe Fire reduction, replaced with -2 Breathe Fire cooldown. And then the cast range also... Why is it saying replace with? 85%. Am I... Breathe Fire, damage, and cast range. Breathe Fire, damage, and cast range. Why are they saying replace and not just, like, decreased? 85 down to 60. This is just a 25% nerf, isn't it? It's not like a replacement. In dragon form. I see. You guys have to forgive me. We're pushing long hours. Okay, I see. I mean, most of the time you're only fighting in the ult anyways. Ideally. Oh, the other one's attack range. Isn't that one popular? Maybe I forgot. I haven't been double checking like which talents are popular. I thought people liked the attack range. What's Drow doing? Movement slow up 5 extra % at level 1 is actually kind of a lot. Disable range shrunk. Drow has been bad for a while. Talent Gust cost no mana, replaced with Frost Arrow mana. Yeah, like who cares about the Gust mana? This is the one she uses way more. What's the competitor though? 1 more multi-shot arrow per wave. I'll leave that to the Drow players to decide between talents. But at least in this one, this makes way more sense to me. You're using Frost Arrows way more than Gust. Who cared? Oh no, another hard hero. Base damage down by 6. Damage at level 1 decreased. Oh, he's actually just getting it. Usually it's balanced out by like, oh, he's getting strength, so that's why. He's actually just losing 6. And he lost all his facets. Okay. Stone Remnant now passively grants 2.5 bonus attack damage per currently unused charge. Whenever Earth Spirit uses another ability on Stone Remnant, he gains 7.5 bonus attack damage for 10 seconds. Effect doesn't stack. Okay, so I don't like roll in with like 30 bonus damage. Max ability charges increased from 7 plus 1 additional charge at every 5th level to 7 plus 1 per 4 hero levels. Which means, you guys can't see that, 6 additional charges to 7 additional charges. Boulder Smash, cooldown decreased at level 1, 1 second higher at max level. Geomagnetic Grip can now target allied units by default. Can't pull allies that are affected by leash re-ring, blah, 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 blah. Decreases cooldown by 3 seconds and increases allied unit cast range and speed by 50%. God, what is this? What is this run-on sentence for 25 here? Magnetize Undispellable replaced with Earth Spirit magnetizes himself, applies Magnetize at its current duration to enemy heroes around Earth Spirit and can be refreshed with Stone Remnant. Just like all the time or what? He's just always magnetized? That's kind of sick. It's a level 25. Can now grief at level 1. I guess that's true, but I'm not that much of an Earth Spirit player. I tanked my MMR long ago trying to learn him. I like him. I'm just bad. I would love to start playing him again if he's back. I'll let the Earth Spirit players do the testing, and if they decide he's good, I'll pick him up. Because I do think Earth Spirit is fun. It seems interesting. I'm glad they're trying something, because he's been in a very bizarre spot for a long time. He was only playable as a core. The fact that he's getting bonus attack damage feels like he's going to continue being a core. Being able to use this on allies is really nice for supporting. It's like a save. You could technically do that as a core. At the same time, you're a little bit more interested in silencing people you're trying to kill if you're a core Earth Spirit player. And if you're a support Earth Spirit player, you're more willing to save allies rather than use it as a silence. Though, of course, it depends on the situation. So because I don't play a lot of Earth Spirit, I do not have a great read on how this all balances out. Especially because he does not have a facet anymore, which I don't think his facets before were like super amazing. So I guess fair enough. I'd rather Valve take some time to think of a good facet rather than like add shitty ones. But it is funny that a couple heroes just don't have them anymore. Don't know how that feels for the competition going on right now. Hopefully these don't stay in this state for a while. I'm glad he's getting some kind of change more than just numbers, though. I think he was in a strange spot. Earthshaker damage on Fissure going down by a little bit. Shard no longer allows Fissure walking. Echo damage nerfed at level 1. And then the totem damage increased at level 20. This doesn't seem like a lot. I'm going to assume that between this nerf and the shard, or sorry, not the shard. The part of why Earthshaker. Hold on, wait. Let me reset myself. Earthshaker was really good because he could like one shot a bunch of creeps once he got Kaya and the shard. He got nerfed. He's actually dropped off a lot. But I guess they want to nerf him a little further. Like maybe he is still one-shotting creeps. I don't know. Maybe his pub win rate was still good because he was gone in Pro Dota already. Like he was sometimes picked, but it was pretty rare. Where are we? Maybe we can do it. Not reading everything out loud is saving us enough time in the long run. We're kind of getting through it. If I had to estimate, we'll probably finish at like 1 or 2 a.m. And then we'll sleep and then we'll work tomorrow. Astral Spirit and Move Astral Spirit sub abilities can now be used while Elder Titan is disabled. My skill cap! Level 10 talent, buffed. These are so minor. Not interesting to me, but I'm sure the ET players will make use of that and figure it out. Tell me if it's good or bad. Cooldown on Flame Guards actually being brought down. 15 Searing Change Duration talents, both being nerfed a little bit. Okay. I didn't expect a buff to Ember Spirit in the Flame Guard, but I guess the talents are being nerfed. I don't know, kind of funny. Enchantress. Oh, we do play some Enchantress. Nerf to the Overprotective Wisp facet. Okay. Rabble Rouser, 10% plus 4 to 4% plus 4. So it's actually a lot, maybe not a lot worse. It is worse, 6% worse. Now also affects units that come under Enchantress's control. Ooh, wait a minute. That means my creep is stronger, right? I can, even though it's been reduced a little bit, I can get a creep that has been buffed by, you know, let's say I'm like level 3 and I grab a creep. So it now has 12%, or is that 16? 4% plus 4 per Enchantress level up. I'm level 3, but I've only leveled up twice because I start at 1. Level 2, level 3. Is that 12% or 16%? I think it's 12%. The way I'm reading it is 12%. But I can now get a creep that is 12% stronger than before. Okay, what are the other things? Creep attack damage decrease. So I'm losing some because I'm going to pick it up from the enemy jungles. Or just like jungle stuff in general. Enchanted units. Oh, but it only does bonus damage to enemy heroes, not like creeps and stuff and towers. But that's still good. Like you're still interested in being aggressive. Enchant. Creep attack. I just read that one. What am I doing? Enchanted units may now be bound to. Whoa, really? I had to do this manually, and then when I misclick and I accidentally bind something to it, it screws me over. However, I use that control group for other things. Like for me, it's Alt-R. I guess I can bind that for Enchantress's creeps, but then when I do want other things bound to it, like let's say I play Nature's Prophet and I want to use the Treants, is the Alt-R hotkey now like taken up by Enchantress? We're gonna check that out in a little bit. Affected creeps now gain damage buff from Rabble Rouser for the duration in case they did not have it. Bonus attack speed decreased. Interesting. Enchanted 5 armor for Enchantress and her units. Yeah, forget Mike. The creeps were expendable. What about me? Requires at least 1 level in enchant, sure. 60 untouchable. Attack slow replaced with 9 nature's attendance wisps. And then this one changed. Okay, so this is like a swap around. That's probably pretty good for support Enchantress. I think you cared less. Like, honestly, at level 20, people had BKBs and stuff to kill you. So having more wisps for when you want to be healing allies through fights is probably better than having the untouchable attack slow. I think the 20 and 25 change is good for her. And then the 10 change I'm also a fan of. Because, like, I didn't really care about keeping my creep alive. Like, I'm here for me. So, I think that's also good. I don't even know that this hero needed a buff. This got a little worse, but I don't think it's that... Well, I guess later on in the game, you could get to 4 pretty easily. The early game should still be fine, which is her most important part. And then the creeps are stronger with this. I think I'm overall fine with these changes. I'm not that good of an Enchantress player, so maybe I'm misunderstanding something. Largo! Enchantress, where's your, like... Is this it? No, this is Little Friends for when you pick up the Ags. What is this, like, dedicated hotkey spot? Neutrals? Is it, like, in control groups? Groups 1 through 10, and then, like, Enchantresses, special creeps. Shows beat indicator above hero. Oh, wait. Making the rhythm game a little easier. Is Enchantress somewhere in here? All right, I don't know where this so-called special hotkey group is for Enchantress. Maybe it just means when I use Alt-R, like I bind it to Alt-R or whatever my control group is, and every creep goes in there. I can't remember if it didn't work that way before, because at this point I have bound everything to that hotkey. Maybe that's how it works now. And I didn't realize it wasn't doing that because I bound everything to it already. Yeah, maybe you're right. I think that's what some of you are saying. Okay, Enigma. Shard now also spawns an Eidolon if the target dies before the effect expires. Yeah, I think that's like a minor quality of life thing. I think that's okay. Small buff to that. Okay. Time dilation now always applies 1 instance of damage and slow in addition to the per cooldown instances. Is this to prevent the blink outs? Is this instantly? Now applies 1 instance of damage and slow in addition to the per cooldown. So, like, if they haven't used an ability yet, you still do some damage with time dilation. Some damage and slow. I think that's what this is saying. Slow per cooldown decreased. DPS decreased. Duration decreased. Okay. I don't have enough brain power. I think this is better when they don't have a lot of spells and worse when they do. The exact amount is numbers. Some value there that I'm not so sure on right now. DPS cooldown. Okay, yeah. Okay, Grimstroke. Phantom's Embrace. Cooldown is now also refreshed if the Phantom's target dies before the Phantom latches to it. Cooldown is now also refreshed if the Phantom's target dies. Okay, this is good, but I thought they made this change before. I thought we did this already. If you don't play Grimstroke, it used to be like if you sent the ghost If you sent the ghost to a target and they died, your ability just went on cooldown and that was it. It never refreshed. Now refreshes when the phantom reaches Grimstroke rather than the moment Ren damage is dealt. No, that's not what I was thinking of. Maybe it was. Am I a time traveler? I swear we made this change already. Creature now gets closer to the target before latching. No? All right, guys. I don't know what to tell you, but I'm pretty sure I am from the future and already knew this was a thing. Okay. Well, in that case, this is a nice change for a Grimstroke. A change I thought already happened, but I guess maybe I was wishing it happened or something. I don't know. Cooldown is now also refreshed if the phantom's target dies before the phantom latches to it. Maybe it was like if they disjoint it, like they blink away. Is that doable? I kind of forget because it's been a while since I played Grimstroke. Maybe I just missed it when I was scrolling through, but the way I now understand this is that, look, you're getting it refreshed. Unless the phantom is killed, your ability will be refreshed, and it won't be some kind of case where you throw it on someone and then it just immediately goes on super long cooldown and no value, and it's sad. Soulbind. Ability can now be reflected. Reflected spells now get casted onto both units affected by Soulbind. Okay. Illusion outgoing. Damage decreased. Sure, whatever. This is a quality of life buff that was nice in a couple situations, but it actually, as much as I'm complaining, it's not like it happened that often. So it's not like a huge buff. Accidentally reflecting Soulbind is a pretty big danger situation, which you couldn't before. If I don't think you could. And the fact that it's written like this, makes me fairly certain. It's just been a bit since I played Grimstroke. I spammed this hero when he came out. I don't even remember playing 172 games, but now it's like in my last 20 games, it covers 2021. So 150 of these games were before 2021. So I've kind of forgotten a lot of the specific interactions. Gyro. Move speed duration a little less, missile damage a little less. Gyro's popular at the pro scene. I think he's fine in pubs. Even with these nerfs, he'll still be fine in pubs. So I'm just gonna move on. Hoodwink, Scurry cast range, nerfed. And then ability can no longer target trees affecting acorn shot or bushwhack. Ability can no longer affect trees. Target trees affecting acorn shot or bushwhack. Okay, I understand bushwhack because bushwhack latches to a tree, and if this ability broke it, I think that actually happened to me once trying. We've been learning Hoodwink lately, and I think that happened to me once, and I didn't realize what happened, and you guys told me my passive broke it or something. So that's a buff for that. What is it for? Is it just saying it just will never affect acorn shot trees that are planted? Because isn't that the only... How else does acorn shot affect a tree? Hoodwink players. Am I forgetting something? I know it used to bounce off of a tree, but that was the other... Wasn't that the other facet? So maybe it's just your planted trees can't be reflected. But that might actually be a nerf. There could be times you might want that to happen. But I suppose it's still generally better for you than not. You're planting it. There's probably some situation where you are planting the tree with acorn shot, trying to bushwhack to it, and then your tree gets cut. Or you break your own tree. So I guess maybe that's why. K-Pub, thank you for the donation. I don't know if that popped up because I don't have YouTube donations properly set up, but thank you so much. Oh, tank squirrel, 150 health. Bushwhack damage replaced with scurry ability. Ooh, do you want 1 acorn shot bounce or 1 scurry ability charge at 15? I guess if you're going damage, you take left, and generally you take right. The extra scurry charge is very useful. Mind of Tornaris. Man, this seemed like the worst one at the time, but here it is being nerfed. Ag Shard speed drag being nerfed a little bit. Mana cost of Alacrity buffed. Cast range buffed. Ice wall damage. I think once you have 5 points. Is that what this is? I'm too tired for this. No, what am I saying? By level 1 exhort, it's better. And by everything after that, it's just like a little bit more damage more. Yeah, literally a little bit more damage. That is such a small amount of damage to change it by. But I guess it's damage per second, so it does add up. Cold Snap. Support, is our support Invoker with double earns? Is this real? Is this happening? We're going to think about that. Is there a difference between the Phantom Reaches versus Phantom Latches? I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure Latches is when it actually silences the target. Reaching, I would assume that's how I would have interpreted it. Maybe there is a specific difference that they're talking about, but I don't know it off the top of my head. IO changes. Okay, we're going to get to a certain distance. We're going to take a quick break where I go refill my water and I guess wash my face. I'm committed to finishing through this patch read no matter where we get to, but it's going to be tired. So we're going to need to like break and wash our face and stuff and go. All right, IO. Buff to base strength, decrease to intelligence. That's okay. Mana cost decreased. Cooldown big decrease. Duration nerfed. What's your other talent? Strength, overcharge, duration. A little bit of a tough choice. 50%. Trying to bring back the core IO. Is this for like farming speed is better than just on heroes? 1.5 relocate cast delay. Wait, that's so fast then. Oh. Grimstroke did refresh if the target dies before the Phantom reaches it in 7.28. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what is before, if the target dies before the Phantom reaches it. I don't know. There must be some kind of change there, but it sounds like in effect, it should refresh whatever happens. Okay, I think this is a buff to IO, but I'm not 100% sure. Certainly one of the heroes at the top of my double IO, double earn building list. Jakiro. This is just some talent shifting around. No, my attack range talent. Oh, it's getting... Oh, right. Is that 10? Yeah, I'm sad it's moving further, though. I don't really want to take it at 15 as much. Maybe I do. Which would I take now? Ice Path base damage is still kind of feeling meh to me. I'd probably go Liquid Fire attack speed slow. Maybe that's better for me. Honestly, I probably shouldn't be taking attack. I shouldn't really be taking attack range at 10. I just think it's funny. Realistically, most people skip that talent till later anyways. And the attack slow at level 10 is probably better because at that point people have relatively less attack speed, so it's more effective. And they have less dispels to ignore it, so that part might actually be better. Though I think the intention here is to nerf the hero because he's considered broken. And his base abilities didn't actually change. It's all talent stuff. So unless there are some big item change that affected him that I'm not thinking of, Jakiro continues to win. Juggernaut. Nerfed. He's not a smart hero either. That's going to be real painful. All right, just nerfs across the board for Juggernaut. Keeper. He could use buffs. Small buffs there. Small buff. Wait, how much? 75 to 90. Okay. A little bit more Will-O-Wisp damage. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Base strength up 1. Cooldown per level from 0.2 to 0.25. That's a buff. Cooldown on level 1 from 7.8 to 7.75. Cooldown at level 30 from 2 to 0.5 seconds. Katana base attack time improved from 2.0 to 1.8. The scaling decreased, but you attack a good amount faster, I think. Kazurai Katana damage rescaled 57911 to 36912. Worse early, weaker lane, stronger late game. The active effect may only trigger up to a maximum of 500 stacks. Aghanim Shard now also increases max stacks to 1,000. Okay. We played a little bit of support Kez. I've been watching the carry Kez's, but I rarely in the middle of the fight click the enemy hero to see exactly the amount of stacks they build up. I guess I have to keep an eye on for that. I don't know how often you will be super over the 500 stacks. I don't know if any of you guys know. Falcon Rush no longer causes Kez to have a fixed attack rate or any interaction with attack speed. Echo attack damage decreased by 10% at level 1 and 25% at max level. Echoes now have 50% reduced chance to proc random effects. Echo with Maelstrom, 25% chance, will have 25 times 50 divided by 100, so 12.5% chance to proc Maelstrom. Echoes can no longer trigger marks, but may still create them. However, their chance to mark will be reduced from 18 to 7.2 due to the proc chance change mentioned before. Rush speed decreased from 1,000 to 850. Marked stun duration decreased from 0.5 to 0.4, 0.5, 0.4. Level 20 might be a tough choice now. I feel like more attack speed sounds like it might be good with the way these changed. Yeah, I'll be honest. Kez changes are a little hard for me to understand and read without trying and seeing exactly how the numbers balance out. Because the abilities are so interwoven. It's so many different pieces all coming together at once. It's hard to tell if it's a buff or a nerf overall without just doing it and seeing it. So I'm not gonna try. We'll see it later. Man, I still don't understand Kez. Prior to this change, he was pretty good. He scaled off of attack damage, so you would go Treads or Phase, Falcon Blade or 2 into Deso Ags was one of the most popular builds. Sometimes it was Manta, Battle Fury, maybe the Manta, maybe some kind of middle item into Ags, and then you end up in the same build. The point was you were a spellcaster carry, or you were a carry that really popped off with the Ags so that you could use your spells more like a spellcaster. and you scaled really well off of physical damage synergy. You still do. I'm just having a harder time understanding, like, as this base attack time goes down, but then you're losing attack speed here, like, how exactly it all goes together. Yeah, I haven't gotten to try it yet because we're stuck reading, and we probably won't even play Largo till tomorrow, but I love the idea of this Largo hero. Listening to it at 2 times speed. Thank you so much. You should watch all my videos on 2 times speed. I listen to my own videos at 2 times speed because when I edit, I speed it up. I'm actually used to hearing myself even faster now. That's like the default to me. Yeah, you guys can I understand some of the videos go long. I would do it. Torrent damage increased from 80, blah, 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 blah. 30 more damage at level 1. Kind of a lot, except that this is really hard to hit at level 1, so I don't know if that matters that much. Cooldown decreased. Well, okay, it does matter in terms of mid Kunkka and maybe offlane Kunkka. Like, sometimes you do some stuff where you, like, torrent the range creep as you, like, you know, attack, and there's, like, a combo there. So it'll probably matter in terms of, like, some CS choices. And then what's the cooldown on this? 6 seconds less at level 1. That's a lot. You usually leave this at like a 1 point for a while, so a lot more frequent uses, at least to start. Legion Commander, not that you're like spamming it out when it's level 1 anyways, though. Legion Commander, a little less mana cost, and then the cooldown rescaled. Better at early levels, but worse at later levels. Only a little, though. That doesn't seem that significant to me. Leshrac, Misanthropy, Diabolic Edict, duration increased. Okay, so the duration is increasing. Total damage is the same, so the rate at which you do damage is worse. Nerf to Leshrac. And then the radius of Split Earth is being increased a little bit, only at level 1, though. 15 at level 1. All right. That's fair. This is a real pain-in-the-ass hero with Misanthropy. It's such a pain. Lena, a little bit more int gain. 4. Wow. There's not a lot of heroes with a stat gain of 4 or higher in Dota. Lena now joining the rare club with her int at 4. Laguna Blade, cast range, a little higher. Sure, whatever. Lion, mana cost, little cheaper at level 1, which is good because a lot of people leave this at 1 point, so you're going to save 15 mana. And this is a pretty mana-restrained hero because Finger of Death is so expensive to use. 200 at level 1, up to 600. The cooldown of Finger going down by 10 seconds at level 1 is pretty big for this hero. Because he just feels very slow in the early game. It's always been one of his biggest problems, is like, you don't farm well, and you can only get a kill like every 2 minutes. So the early game has always been a bit awkward for him. So any kind of like time down is good. Lone Druid, good God. Oh my God, what the what is this? Can I just play the bear? I don't want to be the druid. I'd like to just be Spirit Bear. I'd like my hero pool to consist of Largo and then Spirit Bear. That's it. I never expected to see this split up. But actually, I'm really glad if it actually is being split up. Because anytime you want to check the summons like stats and abilities, it's a real pain. Can I find him in here? Is he now? I'd like to see the bear. Can I see him here? Oh, okay, well, at least he's like kind of, well, I guess some of this changed. Okay, hold on. Before I start reading this textbook of a lone druid change, I'm gonna refill my water, and we're gonna, like, a little bit of movement, refresh the brain. Everyone go get your snacks. We have like, we're halfway. We have
4 more hours to go at this rate. We'll finish at like 3 a.m. Truly a 24-hour day. It's like I'm working in. It's like I never left my old job on a travel trip. All right, I'll be right back. Almost left my water. Yeah. Thank you. All right. I didn't wash my face. Fool. I was kind of joking about doing it, but I probably should have. I did get more soup. Soup is not very filling. I'm still hungry. Okay. I'm just going to read this while I eat this soup because I think we have to process everything before we can even say anything. I'm slow now. All right, we've lost our facets. Innate ability cannot be leveled up. That's wild. D key by default. That's not going to work for me.
4th ability slot. Oh, okay. I've already rebound that. Spirit Bear now counts as a melee hero for most spells. Hold on. Can I even think of an ability that differed between ranged and melee? I can think of items. Spells? What was a spell that even affected you differently based on melee versus range? I'm sure if there is one and it comes to mind, I'll be like, oh yeah, of course. But right now, I cannot think of an ability. Troll Warlord, I guess. For when you ability draft the bear? What is this? Maybe it's something with his own abilities. Okay, cooldown shorter is a buff. Because the less your bear is up, the worse it is. New point target basic ability. Allows... Here's what... Okay, before I even read further, guys, what we're really hoping for is Lone Druid support to be doable. I actually really like playing Lone Druid. I went to a very small phase of playing him core many, many years ago. But I stopped playing, and then, I stopped playing core, so it's, I never get to play Lone Druid. But I actually like the hero. Let's see. Allows Lone Druid to entangle enemies once they gain 5 stacks of this ability. So it's not RNG, it's potentially like I choose when to activate it after building up to 5. Entangled enemies are unable to move 1.2 to 2.4 seconds and take 60 up to 90 damage per second. That's a lot of DPS. But then when you factor in like how short the duration is, it's actually not that much. When cast, applies 2 stacks to each enemy hero in the area and 5 stacks to enemy creeps, and also empowers Lone Druid for 10 seconds, making him apply 1 stack with each attack on enemy heroes. Enemies are protected from gaining new stacks while they're already entangled. Radius, so you can't be perma-rooted. Radius 350, stack duration 10 seconds, cast range 700, mana cost 60, cooldown 24 to 18. Pierce's debuff immunity. That's crazy. Lone Druid's empowered buff, enemy stack counter debuff are undispellable. Entangled debuff is dispellable. Creeps can't gain stacks from either Lone Druid or the bear. Entangled only on cast. Allows Lone Druid to entangle. Am I misunderstanding the use of the word allows? It sounds like they just get rooted when they get to 5 stacks. There's nothing like, you may now root me about it. It's just like, it happens. Levels up with his ability and passively provides empowering attacks at all times. Upgraded with Ag Scepter. Increases radius to 450 and hero stacks on cast to 5. Instantly entangle them with an Ags. Also remove stack protection from entangled enemies. This is the Spirit Cat. He's a separate hero now. It must reach 5 stacks. Do you read YouTube comments? Yeah, generally I read both Twitch and YouTube comments. During mega patch changes, I'm reading and talking more than I'm looking at chat, I'll be honest. Just because like if I also tried to read all the messages, we would truly be here for an unholy amount of time. We go hard. Thank you so much for the bits. That is a wild amount. Thank you. I will stay strong for the patch. It is fun. It's just tiring. Okay, we're going to test this a little bit. Let's read through everything first. Spirit Link no longer applies attack speed or shared armor. Now also passively grants. Oh, we're fast. Except that we got slowed. I was fast. I'm back to being the same speed. Holy shit, the bear's super fast. Maybe the bear got slowed down a bunch. Lone Druid's attacks now heal the spirit bear by default. No longer upgrade with the Ag Scepter. Mana cost, a lot cheaper. Duration, a lot less. Cooldown, a lot less. No longer grants Entangling Claws, because now that's here. And Demolish to Lone Druid. Now also provides a bunch of attack damage. And a bunch more bonus armor. Maybe not at level 1, a little bit. And then max level more. I get a bunch of talents here. Root, entangle root damage per second. But that's not good, isn't it? The root's not that long. 15 DPS. This is the most unfortunate of level 10 talent choices. Okay, you've got a level 10 talent that is the smallest amount of damage ever. Like 45 more damage on the spell. I don't know. That does not impress me. Or minus 25 seconds on Summon Spirit Bear cooldown, which is an ability you never want to have to use. It's good when it's lower, but if you're playing well, you will never use this. It's so strange. Agility, attack speed. Oh, okay. Okay, guys, I was wrong. You take the 15 root DPS, and then at level 25, you'll get 0.6 more seconds of root. The bear is a universal melee hero. This is so wacky. This is so wacky. What is this? Oh no, my bear can be dueled. I didn't know Atrophy Aura didn't work against the bear, actually. I feel like the bear has a good amount of damage to be reduced. Underlord might be a... Underlord's also a natural Crimson Guard builder. And he has percentage damage on Firestorm. Underlord might be good versus Lone Druid. Can break enemy smokes. I actually thought he could already. I didn't realize. I didn't know you could just sneak past the bear. Spirit Bear's death will not provide charges for these. No! I'm not going to get charges for my 3 urns from the Spirit Bear? Temporary attribute loss. Okay. Can now capture watchers and outposts. Now starts with a town portal scroll on cooldown the first time it is summoned. Oh, winning. Copy of Lone Druid's item. This copy has an independent cooldown. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That could potentially be very good. Ability order has now changed. Old. Return, Demolish, Savage Roar, Entangling Claws, Fetch. New. Demolishing. Innate. Hidden. Return. Entangling Claws, because this is one you can activate, I think, now. And Savage Roar, which I also think you could. Spirit Link Fetch. What's our new scaling? Flat 1500. 3 HP per second. Base attack time. Massively buffed at the start to 1.5. But late game, it's technically a little worse. Or like max level. Not really late game, because you're usually leveling those pretty quickly. Base attack speed up by 10. No armor is the big thing. 0 armor instead of up to 6. Okay, big nerf to move speed, but it's counteracted by wherever the hell the other move speed buff was. Spirit Link. Spirit Link is how you get the move speed on the bears now. I thought this was the end. It keeps going down here. Jeez. Base magic resistance is up by 25. Oh, I didn't know Demolish provided 33 magic resistance. Okay, so it's actually a decrease in magic resistance then. I don't know if you have Demolish level 1 actually, so I'm not sure. The daytime vision upped. Okay, now gains. Holy shit. The gains on this bear, 4.5 strength and agility per level. Holy shit. The bear, stupid as all hell, but absolutely jacked. Meant to be out there. Physical exercise nonstop. Don't think too much, bear. But still has no base stats. They're all zeros at level 1. Spirit Bear now has a separate talent tree. This Spirit Bear has a separate talent tree? What in the world? Demolish. Ability is now innate to Spirit Bear. Rescaled. It's just a flat damage boost. Okay. And doesn't have magic. Okay. Now considered a teleport for the teleport requires hold stop. Oh, nice. Okay. Quality of life. Ability reworked. Passive. Pierces debuff. Levels up with Druid Entangle. Allows Spirit Bird to entangle items that gave 5 stack. Okay, same thing. Is this icon different though? So I can apply. I wonder if they're separate. That might make it a little better. A lot better. But I'm guessing they're not that separate. I don't know why the icons are so different though. After fetching an enemy, Spirit Bear will now have issue an attack command towards the target. Magic resistance or move speed, armor, or return has no cooldown and 0.5 channel time. 500 health or 30 damage. 15 damage to entangled units or 20% demolish. Okay, this is... Wait, what's this? Oh, look at that! Nifty. Okay, I simply have the bear to begin with. Oh man, this feels so weird. They slowed down the animation to match the reduced move speed, but it looks so funny. I gotta rebind this now. Okay, we share. Ah, I see. Okay. So we can either... So we let the bear hit like once, then we cast and we attack, and then he's rooted. Get a second root in. Kill him. Okay, so... If you're smart with when you use this, it should be enough time to root him twice at least, and maybe more depending how fast your attack speed is. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot I was zoomed in. Sorry.
I really gotta change it. I gotta find some way to automate it. The zoom in versus zoom out for when we do different things. I always forget in these big patch reads. Is this one just send him home type fear? Towards their base, yeah, okay. All right, it's time to cook. Is there a lone druid support? All right, we get the bear. We give the bear an orb of frost. The bear needs some armor. I don't have this much money. All right, the bear sells some armor. And the bear gives me the tangos. Shared lifesteal. Move speed, roar. Okay, we're skipping this one. We get entangle level 1. God, this bear's slow though. That doesn't feel that great. If I get this. Now the bear's a little faster. Can I apply a second Orb of Frost? They don't stack, right? Too bad. I guess we would have a blood grenade. Okay, if I start with Entangle and a blood grenade and Orb of Frost and I get close to a hero, surely we just kill them, right? Like, let's say there's a, that's a little high. Okay. Level 1, you can have like a 700 health hero with 5 armor, sure. Orb of Frost. I guess I have to reset to get this. We would be behind him realistically. Like, we're in the lane. I know I should have moved myself over here, but now I'm like in the base. I'm like committed to this. This was terrible execution. Nah, probably not that worth it. I mean, I didn't have high hopes. I'll be real. I didn't have high hopes about support lone druid being a thing, but I kind of wanted it to be. I'll think about that more later. We gotta keep going. Movement speed better. The ability or like items? The idea behind the ability would be that movement speed for the bear would help the bear hit, but not the hero. And the hero with Entangle also applies to stacks when we use it. So slowing the enemy hero means it helps both my bear and the hero. But perhaps W to like move around faster and to heal up and just take like the war of attrition without actually getting kills. Just like generally take good trades could be good. And
Anyways, that's maybe we got more reliable ideas like double earn to test first before we have to dip so far into lone druid support. Luna. People just don't take lunar orbit. They literally level stats without ever taking lunar orbit, which I'm surprised like 1 point is not worth it. And they're trying to make it better with these buffs. I don't know. I'll let the Luna players decide. 40-second Eclipse replaced with 80 Lucent beam damage, and then now it's at 20. The beam damage is replaced with that same 40 Eclipse cooldown. I don't think this hero... I think the 15 talent is why there was an Aghanims build with the Eclipse talent when it was there. Now that's being pushed off. I'm actually not sure if that's good for her. She very much can line up her Aghanims at level 20 instead of 15. But I feel like 15 was fine as a tempo hero. I don't know if doing a different build is strictly better, I guess. And I don't think she was that popular to need to be like nerfed if this is meant to be a nerf. If it's meant to be a buff, maybe they think Lucent Beam's better, but I think the cooldown was better. Lycan, wolf damage. Very 1 damage nerf. Okay. And the health bonus. Wow, this is the most mild of nerfs. Okay, Magnus, base damage increased by 1, most mild of buffs. All right, whatever. This is so. That's such a meager change to Magnus. Marcy removed Fleeting Fury facet. Wow, they don't want her to be a core. I thought the core Marcy. I don't know. I thought this was cool. I know she was first phase ban broken. And I guess they just didn't have an idea. They didn't even... you don't even try like a number nerf there? I don't know. I thought the idea of it was cool. But I guess they just don't want carry Marcy. Support Marcy goes pick me up anyways now. So it's not an issue for her. Though if you wanted to be like super carry Marcy support, you did do Fleeting Fury. It was just kind of greedy. I'm not sure I agree with this, but I am not the developer, so it's not my call. Mars, God's Rebuke, bonus damage versus heroes. Ever so slightly less. Sure. No longer benefits from mana cost reduction effects. And then swapping the talents. Okay. No longer decreased. Oh, yeah, whatever. Marana. Second meteor damage decreased from 100 to 789. Okay, a little bit of a nerf there. Wait. Second meteor damage decreased. What is this? What is this if this is not this? Is this the base? So base, it does 60, 70. And now with the facet, it does 70 as well, but also scales up. Upon landing, roots allies, or roots enemies. Cooldown decreased a lot. 20 seconds at level 1. Swapping the talents. I don't even know how I feel about this. I mean, this part's a nerf. 20 seconds is a lot. So that's kind of nice. This swap is like you want to buff to core Marana with the damage on Starstorm, But support Mirana is more common, and that's like now being pushed to 25 to have the reduced ult time. And now it's like at level 20, there are 2 core talents you want to choose between. And then level 25, those are 2 utility talents you want to choose between. That seems strange. Maybe the item changes are good for Mirana support, since she is a super flexible support in terms of being able to build whatever. That might be somewhere I have to like look further in for her. Monkey King. This is a really hard hero to balance. He's good at the pro scene, bad at pubs, though he's finally slowly dropping out of the pro scene. And before he can drop too far, nerf to his armor, though he has good armor, so I think 1 is like not the end of the world. His base attack time is actually being buffed to 1.6. And then the base attack speed is going down by 5, which is quite small. This is wild to me. I feel like anytime a carry type hero gets base attack time improvements, it's like huge. Even though he loses 1 armor, like what are you at now? 5. He's got tons. This is surprising to me. I think he should be a lot better of a carry now. He may not like the increase in earn purchases, but I think besides that, base attack time is always a pretty big buff for carry type heroes. Stun duration from falling off a cut tree is also down 1 second. Even better when I get griefed by my own team. Even better. Oh, I was going to talk more about it, then I forgot. There was a change earlier about couriers respawning sooner. That is both good for people who lose their couriers. You don't get griefed as long. But it's also good for courier killers because, like, yeah, more couriers to kill sooner. Maybe there's like a Monkey King support who scales a little better now with his base attack time change. Morphling. Stun is no longer exclusive to this facet. So Adaptive Strike will stun when he uses the other facet that everyone is on right now. Ebb, the agility, the standard. Cast range, slightly nerfed. Now stuns the target for 0.5 and then up. So this is just like original Adaptive Strike. So what does Flow even do for you now? Make strength your... Strength is the main stat and 1 spell amp per 4 agility. Main stat is agility and then waveform attacks. This just seems like infinitely better. Flow is dying more and more. But what if I go Flow Morphling with 3 urns? Think about that. Damn, I should have played more support Morphling when it was a thing. It was pretty cool. I wish it was better. I wish it had a bigger window. Intelligence gain increased from 3.4 to 3.6. Slight nerf. But slight buff to cast range, which is overall a buff, I would say. This hero is you got to be a little careful with your mana usage, but you're an intelligence hero who buys intelligence items as a support, so that's fine. The hard part is actually using the calling and placing it correctly. So I think this is actually good for her, even though it's quite minor. I know 20. Carry Muerta, I think it's still fine, like this stuff. And you actually even have an attack speed talent. You're going to be quite squishy at level 10 without this 150 health, but 20 attack speed's really nice for carry Muerta. And then support Muerta will probably still go the Deadshot cast range. All right, Naga Siren. Are we bringing back illusion heroes? Jupiter, what's up? You want to be an illusion hero? Come here. Base intelligence down. Agility a little bit up. Where was it? Damage. Ever so slightly higher. 5 more on Riptide. It doesn't sound like a lot, but Riptide happens a lot for Naga core. Support Naga getting nerfed. She needs it. She needs 1 million more. This hero does not seem to drop out of the meta. Can't target the invulnerable stuff unless this invulnerability is provided by Song of the Siren. Okay, so you can still self-combo, like Song a Storm Spirit and then root him before he wakes up and he can zip away. Max HP getting nerfed 1% is so sad, but I think it's necessary. Is this enough? I mean, Satanic will probably do it, but you get a little bit more Riptide damage, slightly better Agi gain, and then the various items that are good versus illusions all got... Well, it's not like they're like bad, but they lost the bonus damage to illusions. Does that feel like enough? Gonna have to think on that harder. Natures, what about you? You're always good. Agi down by 0.4. That's a lot. Bonus damage per tree also down. Nature's Call. I want Treants to be good again because like Nature's not even going Treant. He's the Nature's Prophet. Where's the nature in the kit? Mana down. That's good. Attack range going up. That was not expected, but sure. Their damage goes up by 1. Sure, why not? And these trees are zooming. 20 extra move speed. Curse range reduced. I mean, these are mostly nerfs. I was just trying to think if like this Nature's Call would be that useful, but it's pretty minor. Not a... I guess they're just gonna take him out of the meta first, and then maybe they'll do something with it. I think he's already not even that popular at the pro level. For pubs, I think you could still do it just because teleport's busted, but it's getting worse and worse. I'll probably... Actually, I was gonna say I'll move away from it to do other stuff, but maybe I'm just gonna build 3 urns on Nature's Prophet and go... Wait, okay. I don't need healing saplings, soothing saplings, because I have urns. And now I can get money tree. No, it's probably bad. He might be dropping more and more. He might actually be out of the meta. Slight nerf there. Slight nerf here. Is Necrophos a hero that needed to be nerfed? Seems strange. No longer reduces Night Stalker's health regen by 20% during the day. Sure. Come here. Come here, Jupiter. Bonus damage decrease. Is this a hero that needed a nerf? Spiked Carapace increased 0.3 at level 1. Why are they nerfing Nyx Assassin? Now, I know in pub games he's actually like still okay, but I think his win rate is like pretty close to 50%. And he's really bad at the pro level. I really don't think this hero needs a nerf. This is a relatively small nerf, admittedly, and 0.3 seconds of extra stun is a decent buff. So overall, this hero is buffed in my opinion. It's just really funny to see any nerfs on him. I didn't think he needed it. A little bit more damage on Ogre. A little bit more cast range. Sure. Pretty minor. Base armor. Unkillable. Literally taking no damage. Repel. 5 seconds off the cooldown. Not too bad. No longer stunned. No longer disabled by silence. I actually didn't know that one was disabled by silence. I didn't know it would need an exception either, though. Interesting. 10 seconds off the ult. Okay. Overall buffs to support Omni. This one's a buff to core Omni. Not that these aren't also buffs to core Omni. This is why it's hard to balance someone that's like between core and support. Can no longer target invulnerable. Yeah, I remember we read that one. No longer has separate effects for allies and enemies. Wait. Always disarms the target and grants them 100. We're back. The double-edged Fate Edict is back. Mana cost decreased. Okay. I quite like this, even though this is a nerf to the hero. I like that some heroes have double-edged abilities. It's what makes them interesting. I didn't like... I mean, it was great. It was like easy mode for playing Oracle that you can now just like use it on your carries, and I was like, whatever. But I like that it's a choice again. I'm all for this. Rip to Oracle players who don't read the patch and then just go and queue a game, though. Start griefing your teammates. Pango, no facets either. Okay, Swashbuckle, cooldown going down. Briefly slows the enemies on hit. Cooldown. 7 seconds! The mana cost is much lower. The barrier is higher. Barrier duration is shorter, though. Damage is less. No longer slows. Duration rescaled. No longer decrease the cooldown of shield crash. Ah, okay. Oh, 1 second to reach full roll speed is a really interesting change idea. Okay, I was so confused because I didn't understand why it seemed like Shield Crash was being buffed out the wazoo, and I was like, is this how we balance the evergreen hero? So we buff Shield Crash, but I see you don't get it. You don't get to spam it during the roll. But this is really good for the laning stage, I think. Could you just max shield? I mean, I think you do. Well, actually, there was a time you did. I'm actually not 100% sure if you do that a lot. I need to see how slow it starts. Like, what is this 1 second reach? 125 crash barrier. 90 crash per hero. So that's a lot. Well, it's more if you're only hitting one or less heroes. I think you need to hit a barrier. Sorry. I think you need to hit a hero to get the barrier. Though maybe the way this talent works, now you can get this barrier even without hitting a hero. But if you hit 2 heroes or more, then it's way less barrier. Attack damage on this. Cooldown. That's good for utility, bad for damage. The map changes don't change much farm pattern wise. It's more how you approach Wisdom Shrine fights, I imagine. I haven't actually played. And then base defense might be a little different because there's a little slip and slide exit on the opposite side of where the Wisdom Shrine was, the safe lane exits. So now the side lanes are unique, though they both have that Guardian type door that's like one-way directional. I don't know how much it'll actually affect the game yet. Active move speed, a bit higher, 3%. And sure, okay. Hmm. Hmm. I'm kind of torn on this. Usually charges are good. Cuz you get to use them like twice in a fight. And in that sense it's like still good. But Phantom Assassin actually jumped around so much in fights that as you go beyond, like, oh, I get 2 jumps within 5 seconds that I couldn't before, and you start thinking of like, oh, the fight's like 30 seconds, now you're actually getting less jumps. I don't know. Does she still have a mechanic where like you regain things as you get kills? The shard. But it's 60% reduction cooldown, not like you get charges back. I mean, I guess in short, in literally the 5 to 10 instance, it's better, but after that, it's worse. I don't know about that change. Unless I'm like missing something about it. Whoa, that's a lot more agi gain for Phantom Lancer. He's also losing his facets though. Alright, changes to him. Whenever an illusion of Phantom Lancer is created, it can't have less than 18% of Phantom Lancer's damage for 3 seconds. Damage increases by 2% with every 3 Phantom Lancers that level up. So why did they phrase it like that? That's okay, sure. Have less than 18% damage. I don't really understand why. This seems like a really roundabout way than to just say like it has this damage. It has this damage and it scales based on this level. So it makes me think I'm misunderstanding something, but I think it's just worded that way. But I don't understand this like less. Okay, let's read the other. Maybe it'll be explained. No longer provides bonus agi while active. What does it do then? Isn't that what it did? Cooldown rescaled. 3 second cooldown. Provides 50% evasion while rushing. No longer has a 2 second lingering effect. Evasion bonus is lost when the target is reached or the rush is canceled. Illusion damage decreased from 15, 17, 19. Then what is this? 3% illusion trigger. Okay. So the illusion spawns. It's supposed to have 15% of your damage. It actually has 18% of your damage for 3 seconds. And then it drops to 15%. This is a very minor buff. But this is the 18% minimum because as I level up, it'll go from 18% to 20% or 22%. Eventually it'll be like 30% or whatever for 3 seconds. So that's like, I guess that's interesting. Like when you're spawning illusions, you can do more damage. It doesn't seem that great number-wise, especially because didn't Phantom Rush give you agility before? I don't know how old this hero is. So dead. I don't know the exact iterations, but it was a good chunk of agility, wasn't it? 2 second agility. 40 agility for 2 seconds. So it'd help you last hit and trade and all that stuff. Now he's getting evasion? Seems ass. I'm gonna be real. Unless you're versus a right-clicking hero, then the evasion's kind of cool. But when you're jungling and farming and all that stuff, I don't think any of this will matter. So unless the damage from the illusions for 3 seconds, this doesn't seem like a lot, but maybe it's more than I think. Otherwise, this doesn't seem great. Though I guess the illusions scale a lot, or like the hero has a lot more agi gain, which is good for illusions. The whole point for PL is that they don't hit you. I mean, they'll hit you in the lane, but after that, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Illusions get evasion 2 now. Yeah, I think, isn't it like a reduced percent? I think it's come here. But I don't know. I actually forget. I'm interested to see it. I do think the hero needed some changes because the versions they were trying just weren't working. This may still need more changes, especially because he doesn't have a facet, but they're trying. Phoenix. Health cost, cheaper, damage, a little more at level 1, but less at max level, but the percentage also reduced, actually. Higher at level 1, worse later on. Huh, okay, just getting nerfed, then. Health cost per second decreased. I don't think you really care about the health cost on Phoenix. So it's a buff, but like it feels pretty minor, like the value this actually represents. And then the nerfs to damage, the flat damage is kind of whatever, but the percentage like racks up as the game goes on and you play against like, yeah, some like primal beast with 4,000 health. I don't think Phoenix even really needed a nerf, but I guess it's on the more minor side, so it's okay. This one's fairly minor as well. Puck no longer applies when disjointing attacks from buildings. Good. All right. This was hard. This was uncommon to see abused in most pubs, but like the high rank pucks were going crazy with puckish and winning a bunch of matchups they're not supposed to. Well, I don't know what you can say like, oh, you're supposed to do this or not in a game, but previous counter picks to puck, just like we're not applying because of puckish and curveball. You were just healing way too much. Pugna reduced healing from Nether Ward, Siphoning Ward Facet. I think that's fair. Facets, small nerf, or sorry, talent, small nerfs there. Queen of Pain, nerf here. Eki played a support Queen of Pain today, which is pretty hype. I had even been thinking if the patch didn't come out, maybe I would YOLO do it. There have been people on the in the community who have wanted it. I just didn't fully believe in it. I still didn't, but I was just bored. And I was like, yeah, maybe we could do it. But the patch came out, so we're not going to do it. We're going to play Largo and build urns on people. Anyways, it's getting nerfed. Razor, nerf. Wait, Storm Surge cooldown reduction. Yeah, that is a nerf, right? Chance to strike increased, buff. Strike cooldown decreased, that's a buff. Okay. Okay, let's see what Ricky's got. Ricky, my co-caster. He wants Ricky back in the meta so badly. He has so many different, he's thrown out different ideas and stuff. Let's see what it's got. He doesn't have a facet is what he doesn't have. Backstab doesn't level with Cloak and Dagger. Agility damage multiplier rescaled. 0.6 plus 0.05 per Ricky's level up. Now works on allied units at 25% effect. Like when I was only thinking of my teammates, denying teammates, but in the act of thinking about denies, I was like, oh, it's probably talking about your creep denies. Okay. So you're getting the bonus for your creep denies again. Damage is now done as a separate instance of damage instead of part of the attack damage.
So now it's not like part of like a critical hit. 2 charges. 25, 21, 17, 13 base restore time replaced with 13 10s. Interesting. He's kind of like swapping Phantom Assassin and Ricky's cooldown versus low cooldown concept. Charges versus low cooldown concept. Bonus magic damage replaced bonus physical damage. Does this one apply things like the Daedalus all in one go? Tricks of the trade. Mana cost rescaled. Okay, a little bit more expensive in the early levels, but cheaper later on. Cooldown higher, and then eventually it's the same. Radius a little shorter. 40% attack damage replaced with a flat amount, so better in the early game, and then eventually worse. I'm not sure exactly where that number is. Still applies bonus damage from backstab, but as a separate instance of damage, okay. Doesn't provide bonus agility. Now attacks 2 random targets by default. Before you only attacked 1, I believe. Ag Scepter slightly reworked. No longer increases the number of targets attacked. This is how you got to 2 before. Now also allows to hide within allied creep. So not just the heroes, but the creeps. I can be Pocket Ricky in the ranged creep. Now increases ability duration by 1 second and attack count by 2, but only when Ricky hides within an ally. What is attack count? Like the number of attacks he does, half-second intervals? No longer increases attack count on non-allied casts. Now provides 15% bonus move speed to the ally Ricky's hiding in. We're faster. Now grants 130, 260, 390 XP when getting a hero kill, and 100 when getting hero assists. I don't really like when they're... I mean, I know there's kill gold versus assist gold. I don't really like this extra issue of like, oh, I get something when I get kills, but if I get assists, I don't get anything. I know there are heroes who have mechanics like that. Maybe I'm just saying this as a support player because it's like anything that introduces more of a headache when a core is like, why did you take that kill? Like, you should have given it to me. I get more when I get the kill. And it's like, I don't know. It's really close. You know, I was just trying to get the kill, man. Better to get the kill than not. I think I get a little trauma when I see things like this that are different between kills and assists. Okay, how about the talents? Tricks of the Trade, Agi replaced with base damage as Tricks of the Trade, okay. Blink Strike Replenish Time replaced with the cooldown. So you can get to 3-second Blink Strike time. Dispel taken away. I thought that one was nice. With 500 Blink Strike cast range. And then the delay replaced with cooldown, which means you get to like, what is this? 8 seconds? So the best thing he got here is the ability to get more denies. I assume is what that means. Like the bonus damage is working on denies. Without doing the math, I don't exactly know when the like threshold you have to pass is for like the old one being better than the new one. But in theory, this helps Ricky's laning stage where you are now denying the enemy a bunch and you're like a slow farmer, but you also slow down the enemy carry or like whoever you're playing against, I guess. The enemy's timing because you're getting a bunch of denies, I think. Yeah, Ricky support. I mean, Ricky support is just like dropping smoke screens. The double charges was nice for Ricky support, but maybe you can still make it work with like a low cooldown. And you don't need a bunch of levels on Ricky support. You just need like smoke screen, which the smoke screen talents are still there. Ricky support might still be doable, but Maybe for now it might be weird, but when facets, he has no facets now. When those get added back in, maybe it'll be a thing again. Ringmaster. After all, like, some of these heroes with like full page changes, it's always funny to go to the next one. It's like, okay, less damage, less mana. Buff overall though. That's a hefty discount. Rubik, not very popular. Base damage up by 1. Land sub ability no longer cancels channeling or interrupts movement. I actually didn't realize it did. However, I did know that sometimes it felt a little weird to use telekinesis. Like, I can't even give you a specific description. I just feel sometimes my memories of playing Rubik more recently is that landing sub ability, like casting it again, had some weirdness to it. Maybe this was some of it. Ooh. I really want that other one though. But yeah, I didn't really like the telekinesis talent. I think damage reduction is a lot better versus certain heroes. Sand King, talent, Burrow Strike buff, but the epicenter nerf. Shadow Demon, bonus base damage decreased. Okay. No longer target. Oh, this is... I thought he was going to get wrecked by nerfs for the pro Dota scene because he's in the first phase ban territory. This is quite minor. Not being able to target invulnerable units is kind of a big thing, but now a lot of, like, anything that could cannot. And if you already targeted, then you're still fine. Like the Yules, for example. If they were already demonic purged, it'll still affect them. So still think Shadow Demon's gonna be okay. Though some of the reason he's good is because it's like a strength meta off lane, and Disseminate has a lot of value. If a lot of those heroes did get nerfed and drop off, that's like part of Shadow Demon's value. But if Illusion meta comes back in, then you've got Disruption, so then you're right back in it. So Yules can't be nullified. If you already have Nullifier going, or if you have Demonic Cleanse going, or if it can be dispelled from the AoE of it, like Fortune's End and Sven Ags, you can dispel the Nullifier. But once they are in the Nullifier successfully, taking into account outside those like AoE abilities, you can't target to dispel. Small buff to Shadow Fiend. Souls on hero kills. I guess that's kind of nice, but a lot of times you're like at max souls by the time a fight breaks out. So probably only going to be useful in niche cases. Health and bounty reduced a little bit. Make Chungo ward better. Slight nerf to the ult, or sorry, buff to the nerf. Cooldown. Ooh, level 1, 100. That's much better. Damage to mana value, especially when you like... It was like okay when you factored in that it was damaging and healing. At 70, that's like a 140 swing. Now that it's 100, that's a 200 swing for 125 mana. That's pretty big. Silencer, Synaptic Split, no longer... Oh yeah, that one, okay. I thought they were buffing this because I think this one's not that great, but they were just normalizing it. Silence multiplier decreased. Int Steel increased. Right-click Silencer. It's worse in the early levels, but better at late game. Late game right-click Silencer, sure. Okay, Skyrath, just talent changes. Looks like one nerf, one buff, whatever. Crush. Oh, guys, I feel it. I am getting so tired. Crush, a little bit more radius, a little less from the Ags. Bash duration, small nerf.
Little less damage in the early levels. A little bit more on the talent. I guess he's not broken. Some teams liked Slardar a lot and would first phase him and then flex him between like mid and off lane. But then others like just didn't really touch Slardar, so maybe it's okay. Slark. Facets are gone as well. Wow. That a lot. Okay, I thought it was just gonna be a couple, like it was gonna be a one-off, and then it's like, oh, okay, another one, like maybe it'll just be a couple. It's actually quite a few heroes who just don't have facets now, which is wacky. So Essence Shift is an innate ability. Duration rescaled from 15, 35, 55, 75 to 15 plus 2.5. Okay. Pounce applies the stack steal by default. Okay. So those are overall buffs, I would say. Just getting it for free. Though the level 2, there's obviously a lot less time from level 2 Essence Shift if you took it relatively early in the game. But as long as you left it as a 1-point wonder, which many times you did, then it's kind of like, by the time you start re-leveling this, I think it'll be okay. I guess you have to get later, though, to get back up to here. But this is all for free. What Saltwater Shiv do? Slice an enemy hero with his Salty Shiv, stealing the target's 3 movement speed, 3 health regen, and 3, 4, 5, 6% of their health restoration. Each subsequent use of Saltwater Shiv refreshes the duration of all Shiv stacks. Steal duration 6, 8, 10, 12. Mana cost 20. Cooldown 10, 8, 6, 4. Not breakable. Disabled by silence. Has no stack limit, ignores backswing. Enemies with health restoration below 100 will not lose health from health restoration sources. What? I don't understand. I have to go test this. Now passively grants movement speed and regen when unseen. Did it not already? What is this? Previous Barracuda rules and mechanics unchanged. Oh, I see. This was how it was. They moved this stuff to Barracuda for a little bit, and now it's back. Is that right? From 3 to 2. Okay, some change there. Okay, so what in the world is this Salty Shiv? He makes it to where the target just can't heal at all. I was about to use cheat codes, I forgot. Alright, so there I am trying to play support Slark, and let's lane verse like a lich. .3. I'm healing for a chunk there. 3 HP regen. Health restoration steal. This is so peculiar. I am doubtful you would max it, but let's just let's do this. Okay, wait, no. Let's be true to ourselves. So there I am trying to play support Slark.
You know, let's go something like this. I don't know what the build is. I'm just getting an Orb of Frost for now. This guy levels up. Pounce him. Do you even need the Orb of Frost? Maybe not. I need more levels in this. $14. The bonus, as this stacks and I'm getting like an extra whatever, 110. 6 seconds, 36% bonus. What? Oh. Huh. Can we make this? Does this work as support? Can we make this work? Stealing stats passively, stealing regen? You lack 2 urns. Well, of course I would, you know, of course I'm going to build towards it once we get there. Losing Barracuda ruins 9 class support. In theory, doesn't the saltwater shiv help to recover that? I know the Barracuda was a little bit better, but... No, I guess you're right. For how much regen you get versus now the skill points you'll have to put into Saltwater Shiv. It might be cool, though. Slark is sort of anti-heal to a degree now. So he might be good. Well, Huskar is maybe not a great example, but... those high healing heroes, Slark might now be in consideration. Because as you hit them a couple times and you start to steal a lot of the health restoration, like 6% every hit, I guess on a 4-second cooldown, but... I mean, how much is... 70%? Okay, I guess you're not getting anywhere close to that. How about these? 40%, 25, 13. Okay, but there you are with Orb of Frost and Saltwater Shiv, and you hit the opponent and they tangoed and they're losing 20% of their tango. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Oh, you can't cheese the wards. I see. Sorry, yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. Yeah. Okay, you're right. It kind of... Okay, well... 9... Okay, here... Guys. 9 classes support Slark has lost a lot of value there. But what about our pub Slarks? We'll get it at 6 again, you know? Like, maybe it's okay. No, it does seem worse as I'm thinking about the numbers. Not getting the early D wards plus now like Saltwater Shiv regen versus the Barracuda. It does seem sad. As a core, this seems interesting. I don't know how good it is, but it seems interesting.
Okay, Snapfire, Buckshot. Only affects attacks made on enemy heroes. So this will make it much easier to last hit properly. It was really annoying to just randomly miss last hits based on, like, the high roll didn't matter for last hits as much. Well, I mean, I guess it did, but like, you always last hit assuming you would high roll, so you only miss extra last hits. You never last hit assuming low roll because you would just get denied a bunch if you were waiting that long. So it was like, it was just only losing when it comes to last hits, essentially, instead of being a consistent middle ground, which it will now be. Nerfed. Okay. Yeah, I was expecting a nerf, but there was a chance like, well, what if they buffed it for whatever reason? Little Shredder build is fun, but in fact nerfed. Can't target. Okay, yeah, sure. A little bit more damage on that, sure. Spectre reworked as well. Okay, Agi hero, we're back. Back where we belong. Although I kind of like the idea of her being universal. Just like mixing it up a little. Okay, base damage up. Mostly just restoring her, I imagine. All right. Desolate is innate. It improves with the base ability. 2 every time Spectre levels up. But that means that it's takes a while to possibly get to like that 70. You got to go real late into the game. Spectral Dagger. Mana cost down. Oh, the illusions can follow. Okay. Shadow Stepped. Reworked into a basic ability. Tell me there's a range on this. Thrusts in uncontrollable illusion, which follows the target and attacks it for 20, 30, 40, 50% of Spectre's damage. Thank you. The illusion exists for 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5 seconds upon reaching the target. Upon reaching the target. So the travel time doesn't count, I assume. And takes 200% damage. Cast range. Okay, there is a cast range. 700, 850, 1000, 1150. Mana cost, not that much. Cooldown, 32 down to 20. On cast, the illusion moves at speed of 900. Then it has 135 reability. Dispersion, minimum radius shrunk. Okay. Reality can no longer be cast. Can no longer be cast to no effect. Now has a distinct sound between cast on Shadow Step and Haunt Illusions. Mana cost from 40 to 20. Now it's 0.2 travel time to reach the target. Spectre invulnerable. Disabled by roots. And then Haunt is back as the ultimate. 60. Haunt outgoing damage decreased from 80 to 30, 55, 80. Each illusion now spawns near the enemy in the direction towards Spectre. Oh, okay. Might give away where you are. They can triangulate. Now upgrades with Aghanim Scepter. Reduces Haunt by 20. Reality is used on Haunt Illusion for the first time per Haunt cast. Enemies are feared away from Spectre. Feared when reality is used on Haunt Illusion for the first time per Haunt cast. Enemies are feared. That's pretty sick. That's like free crowd control when you go in. Okay, hold on. I need to see this.
What is this? Having both Shadow Step and Haunt, but this is a greatly reduced Shadow Step. Okay, you thought I was zoomed in, but actually the whole game was zoomed in, and I was confused. It was loading. Okay, so what is this? My abilities are all out of order now. Okay, so Shadow Step. Whack. This is so weird. Wait, that's no cooldown. What is with cooldown? Attack. Attack. And then I'm back. Attack. Attack. Oh, but I could do something like, well, I don't know when you would do this, but I can show backup over here. Okay, so this is letting you jump around a smaller fight more often. I say more often, once with the 20 seconds, maybe 2 times in a fight. This scales naturally. Is this that useful? Do you really have issues sticking on targets? This is, I don't know. Interesting idea. I'm not really sure that Spectre needs this. If this helps you in the lane, like, oh yeah, I just use this on people as harass. Maybe that's okay. Can I use this to like secure? Can I use this on creeps? Oh, it's gonna take forever for creeps to show up. Where the heck are creep waves? Oh, they gave you all this stuff now. Nice. At the target. Wait, does this also work on allies? Can use this to save myself? Nope, only enemies. Can't use it on creeps either. Okay, so it's only enemy heroes anyhow. I don't really get this change. I feel between the original Haunt, then they changed it to Shadow Step, and I guess it's back now. I feel she never really had issues sticking to the right target, which is what this new old version of Shadow Step is like, oh, I can get to the, a target a little closer. I don't think she had that problem. So I don't understand what it's doing. I'm very confused about this Spectre change. She might still be good just because any hero with global rotations tend to be good. And maybe not having to level Desolate will be good. And in fact, she now has like a gap closer for the laning stage, which is when she could kind of use it. But she's usually a weak carry, so then you don't want to actually gap close. And that's what like is strange to me,
maybe having this innately means she's actually a stronger laner. Like maybe you can skip Spectral Dagger, for example, and go like Shadow Step and Dispersion. Or maybe you do Spectral Dagger and Shadow Step. I don't know. Maybe there's like an earlier fighting build. Then I could see value to this. But without that, I don't really get it. Having Shadow Step to break Lincoln's is a cool idea, actually. That's a good point. Being able to use it and then like Orchid or Bloodthorn. Or Abyssal I meant, but also Bloodthorn, I guess. Early fights look a little bit more viable. Yeah, maybe. I guess we'll have to see how the Desolate innate scales. You played it twice so far. Laning was way better and could jump on them solo and trees easy. Okay. Yeah, the way I read it, it doesn't impress me for the lane, but as long as in practice it helps there, right? Which at least you found success with. Maybe others can report their experiences. If it does actually help in the lane, then I think that's overall good. And I suppose maybe you do need some help gap closing again, because Haunt is again the super long cooldown, as opposed to the old Shadow Step, which was the new ultimate that replaced Haunt. This was pretty low cooldown, so you could just jump one target, wait, jump another target, wait, jump another target. Now Haunt is back to being over 2 minutes. Maybe you actually will need some help with more than just Spectral Dagger. Okay, Spirit Breaker. And actually, okay, one more thought. Even if you skip Shadow Step in the laning stage, you can now max Spectral Dagger and Dispersion, which before you sometimes could use early points in Desolate, like maybe not a bunch, like maybe one, maybe two, and now you can opt for Dispersion instead. I don't know, maybe there's something there. Spirit Breaker stuns are being buffed a little bit, 0.1. Ag shard speed down a little bit. That's okay. Okay. Some nerfs here, but I think overall a buff. Like more stun time on this hero is a buff. Galvanized, you're gonna lose less on deaths. I didn't expect a Storm Spirit buff. That one's not too strong though. Like I think it's fine. Attack speed slow, increase from 89. Sure, okay. Some small Storm Spirit buffs. Sven, Ag Scepter. This was about targeting invulnerable stuff. Cast range bonus, nerfed. Projectile speed. Oh, faster. Storm Hammer. Interesting, okay. Cleave damage rescaled. So what is this? Faster. Stronger level 1, but weaker late game, max level I mean, which I'm going to say is overall a nerf, because you don't even take the first level most situations. You like save the skill point so you don't shove the lane, and then once you decide you're ready, you put all your skill points into Great Cleave. You almost always bypass the first level because of that. Like, you usually save it at least for one level so that you jump straight to level 2. So at the end of the day, to me, this is mostly just a nerf of 5% cleave damage. Warcry, cooldown lower. Okay, sure. Base agility up. Okay. I guess that's fine. Harder to land now, though. Meld, a little weaker at the start, little less damage, though the damage is not as bad as the 1.5 armor nerf. Psionic Trap is rescaled, slight buff. All right, this seems minor as a whole. The meld armor reduction seems like the biggest nerf, level 1. You could get some really good trades by like hiding in the lane or on runes with meld and then like whacking someone for minus 3.5 armor and then fighting for a bit. Terrorblade. Illusions that are outside 1200 radius no longer have a damage penalty. Damage increase for illusions within 1200 increase from 25 to 60%. But yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Skipping ahead, the illusion damage has been nerfed overall to compensate. I don't know exactly what the math is there on how much better or worse that is one way or the other. Reflection damage decreased. I feel it should be a nerf because Terrorblade he is the best illusion carry for ages now. I don't think well, actually he was. I think he was a very good response pick, which is why he was good in the meta. I don't think a ton of teams just like take Terrorblade as their go-to default, who he's not broken in that sense, but he's very good versus someone like Dragon Knight. You would see him picked up as a response. So I guess he can be nerfed, but it doesn't have to be extremely heavy-handed, which I don't know how exactly this math plays out, to what degree it is. Gosh, guys, we're actually kind of doing it. It is not even midnight. Not reading out loud has saved us so much time. Damage rescaled. Attack bonus damage. We're also talking about stuff a little less than I usually would, but I think it's unavoidable. Attack bonus damage a little bit higher. Okay, so stronger lanes overall from Gush and Anchor Smash. Gush slow talent. Okay. Oh, Ravage cooldown. Blubber effect triggers Anchor Smash. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know how good that actually is, though. Timbersaw is really interesting to me because he was meta, dropped off, and then without even being changed that much, people just switched the build and they were like, okay, he's broken again. It's a case study in how Dota is very vibes based, and until you stumble onto something, someone can go from broken to busted. Broken as in like worst hero ever to best hero ever, simply with a mentality shift and like some changes to the builds, not an actual buff. He is now getting nerfed. Not as bad as I thought, though. I expected some heavier nerfs for the hero that was nearly 100% contested. Tinker, only talent changes. Okay. Sure. Tiny, one of the rare 4+ stat gain heroes. Stun duration now applies its stun as an aura in the area. Stun duration now applies its stun as an aura in the area. As a result, no longer affected by status resistance. Oh. I'm pretty sure with enough status resistance, you couldn't be chain stunned by this, so you could BKB in the middle. Is that what this is aimed at? Tree Throw no longer has separate damage bonuses. Uses Tree Grab's value instead. Okay. Is that what that means? Takes a little longer to load into this than in the demo, I feel. What does that look like? Yeah, I think it must be about having status resistance that could let you BKB in the middle of this, or use like other near instant things, is my guess. Jack Murd, I haven't even gotten there yet. You're good. We haven't even made it. I don't even know the changes quite yet. Yes! A bunch of change. Okay, wait. Everybody. This is it. Treant, not that Treant hasn't had his time in the sun. I've just been bored with the recent version of Treant Protector. I haven't really enjoyed it, even though we could force ourselves to do it. So I'm really hoping something about him changes more than just numbers one way or the other. It looked like a lot, so I'm hopeful. And his facets are being removed, which means they're confused about what to do. And I think he's one of the heroes for it. So I'm hoping there's something new here, some like element that is more interesting. Okay, Nature's Guys, we aren't upgrading with the shard. Now can be activated while tree walking to make Treant invisible until he attacks or loses the Nature's Guys buff. Linger time 2 seconds, no mana cost, cooldown 50. Pretty long cooldown. Cooldown is reduced by 3 seconds per 2 Treant Protector level ups. I don't know why they're phrasing it like this. Down to 8 seconds at level 29. That's so... The max you can get to is at 29 because we're not counting level 1. It's like so funny. Cooldown starts when the invisibility ends. Damn. Let me just wander around in the invis. Okay, so once you use it, you are committed. You are in. Because it's 50 seconds till you get to do this again. But it's free, and you don't have to build a shard. Okay, let's read the other stuff. Let's not think too hard yet. No longer does 50% more damage and slow when touching a tree. Okay, so I'm a little bit more free in how I place these. I don't have to worry so much about certain angles. Damage per second increased by 5 scaling, so 80 at max. Okay. Previously, this was 90 damage at max if I was hitting a tree, which it wasn't that hard to hit a tree. At the same time, there are a couple cases where, yeah, it'll be easier to not have to worry about hitting a tree. Okay. Movement slow increased, but again, with like the ease of hitting a tree, technically we're losing some stuff here. But the creep penalty is decreasing by 15%. I don't know the exact math, but I feel that's probably better overall because we're only losing 10 damage without a tree, and we're going to be doing 15% more damage to creeps. I think that'll be fine. And now, like when you're creep cutting, you can walk into the middle of the lane and do the vine straight down the lane, and they'll walk in the stuff longer. Previously, you had to use an angle to get the tree bonus, and then they would like enter and exit a little faster, or you had to place a sapling down and then do the tree, which was just more mana. So I think that's good if I am just ballparking the numbers correctly. Okay, Leech Seed, ability reworked. It's a passive auto cast attack modifier. Treant Protector's attack plants a life sapping seed in an enemy unit, dealing an extra 20, 40, 60, 80 magic damage. The enemy is bound for 0.9 up to 1.5 seconds and emits 2 healing pulses, one upon application and one upon expiration, healing up to 5 allies within 650 units for 15, 25, 35, 45, plus 20% of the damage dealt by the attack, which I'm going to assume includes my attack damage and not just the like 80 magic and 20% of that. Otherwise, I think it's like way easier to just say like, like 5, 10, 15, 20, right? No, wait, that's 25. 4,
4, 8, 16. Wait. 4, 8, 12, 16. God, guys, I'm tired. Please forgive the NA math. It has to include your attack damage, right? If they're phrasing it like that. No mana cost, cooldown. Does it prioritize heroes is what I'm wondering. Now only sends out a maximum of 5 hero pulses, 5 heals, prioritizing it. Okay, it does. No longer has a creep penalty for healing. Okay. That is an interesting change. That is the kind of thing that does make me want to play the hero again. Is that actually good? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this is actually good, but I'm interested to try. Living armor no longer grants bonus armor. Okay, that's a little bit of a misnomer. Now grants 100 damage block from player-controlled sources. Each time this spell blocks damage, the effect is decreased by 35, 30, 25, 20. So then there's an effective amount of blocks that can happen because of that. Damage block affects any type of damage. The heal ends earlier if the damage block is reduced to 0. Instances of less than 20 damage are ignored by living armor. They are neither blocked nor count towards block decrease. Duration rescaled. So it's a lot shorter duration, 12 seconds. The heal is a lot more at the start, 13. But when you factor in that this was 180 heal before, 12 times 13 is a little 156 math. So it is a little less, but then it has this damage block, but it doesn't have the armor. And what's the cooldown? 15 seconds at max level. This is really... Let's keep reading. I don't think... let's get the full picture. Now upgraded with Aghanim Scepter. Decreases cooldown from 110, 190 to 80, 70, 60. That is a lot lower. When casting Overgrowth, Treant Protector draws power from the earth, becoming oh my god, this is fucking awesome. Becoming 16 massive for 16 seconds, gaining 100 strength, 100% strength, phased movement, and a splashing attack that deals 60% of attack damage in a 300 unit radius. While large, he has a fixed movement speed of 345. Buff is undispellable. Now granted by Aghanim Shard. Mana cost decrease from 100 to 30. Cast range increase from 160 to 350. Overgrowth is no longer applied around enchanted trees. Enchanted trees now have the same health as Observer Wards, and they expire after 15 minutes. Damn. Trees can be attacked when revealed by True Sight. Attacks will remove the ability effects. Charge restore time from 40 to 50. Damn. Okay, wait. I do, although I'm saying damn because I wanted to be a selfish asshole, and I wanted, like, all wins, no losses. I still overall like this. I hated having to save up to an Aghanim's for Eyes in the Forest. I love the item. I love the ability. But the buildup is super bad. And by the time you get it, most games have already been won or lost. Aghanim Shard is way more affordable. And you get it at a time, it's still really useful. Like, even if you rush the Shard, that is precisely the time your team would want these kind of deep wards to help you get kills that you can now go walk, invis, and place it. By the time you get it with the Aghanims, again, most games are won or lost. And there are times it helped, but like I think it'll be much more doable with the Shard. Unfortunately, the trees won't live forever, which is fair since we're paying less money for it. It shouldn't be as powerful. But if we save up charges, let's say, I guess it's 3 charges still, and then, okay, it's time to go play around Roche, we can set up the trees, we get Roche, we're done, we move on,
as opposed to a ward, which you place there, you get Roche, you leave, the ward is still there, even though we kind of need vision somewhere else now. So I still think it'll be really good. And then we have a bunch of talent changes. Base damage. Yeah, now is the time for Primeval Power, or whatever it's called. Base damage at level 10. Healing per second. Oh, so what does that bring us to? 4 extra heal. 17 heal for 12 seconds. Okay. Leech Seed damage to healing. 5 to 80. Leech Seed. Living armor bonus replaced with the amount of damage block. Cooldown replaced with this cooldown. Okay, guys. I've got to see this shit. I have got to see this shit. So first, I can just do this in the creep wave now too, right? Wow. Imagine walking up to a creep wave and just tanking 100 damage to the face, and I don't even draw creep aggro for that. A little heal like that. Put an ally out. Oops, I didn't mean to reset. I meant to kind of a long cooldown at level 1. I say that 15 damage isn't that bad. And then I'm healing myself. No, I'd probably do like Windlace or Boots. Let's try Boots first. What I heal 32. I get a third of a tango every time I punch someone with this. 15 seconds. All right, and then I have some weird damage block stuff here. Bonus move speed, and then when I want to go invis, I can. Oh, sorry. My fiance is carrying this, guys. Thank you. Okay, when we want to surprise them, I'm invis, and then boom. So maybe I don't do Boots. Maybe I don't need them because I have free invis. Can I cross? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Can I cross this way? Oh, they'll never know. They're cooked. Blammo! I think it's actually kind of hard to get living armor value because of the damage block. The living armor as a name really doesn't make sense because once it expires, you actually don't get the heal. So then you're using it on your carry. The carry tanks 2 auto attacks, and it's like, okay, I know you need like a little more, like 3 auto attacks, I guess, and then it's done. You healed like 20 at that point. That seems like really bad mana value.
And why bother when I can now get living armor for free, or like leech seed? Why not just use nature's grasp? With that said, I don't even need mana for this now. So I could maybe do a build with living armor and just use it a lot, like non-stop, every single creep wave on myself to go trade. Because the healing is what? 4 for 12 seconds, which honestly is not a lot. But 100 damage block is like not taking damage, you know? So it's like, effectively it's 100 damage. Like if we converted it, it would be like doing 100 damage to the enemy for 40 mana. And that's insane value. But every 30 seconds. Or get them to stay in here for 3 seconds, actually do 100 damage, and 25 slow. Is that better than this? Probably for the level 1 fights. I don't even need to be healed at level 1. But you know I want to take this at level 1, but then I'm not even using mana. I'm not using mana. Okay, I buy the shard. Boop. 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 Oh, I made it. I made it back. I didn't think I would. Does this still count as a tree to keep me invis? Most excellent. Ah, these are long cooldowns now, though. All right, let's go Mega. Giga Evolution. Is that what it's called in Pokemon nowadays? So how does this work? What do I use? When casting Overgrowth. I don't need to hit anything, right? Oh, hell yeah. Look at me. And then I go invis. I have 200 damage with an axe. Well, I probably wouldn't get power treads as a... Well, maybe I would, actually. Wait, guys. I heal more if I do damage. I'm not building damage to grief. I'm building it to heal. Wait, let me just verify that the damage is actually relevant to 77 heal. 130. Yes, I'm not building damage to grief. I am trying to heal my team more. That's why I had to get Echo Phase Daedalus Treant. It was for you, my carry. I can't tango you anymore. I can't salve you anymore. I must build damage to heal you. Blink is still not bad because, I mean, you just want to land a good overgrowth, and Blink is great for that. Phase Boots is probably not enough damage into this that it's like really even necessary. With that said, I probably would try the base damage, especially if I knew I was going to try to get an Ags. Although, actually, this is 100 bonus strength and a splashing attack that deals 60% of his attack damage. So why not go for strength items instead? Armlet build? In a previous patch, I'd actually thought about, like, what if you get the Soul Ring and spam out Leech Seed? Now it's free, so maybe you can spam out Grasp. Bongo Boots? Maybe. Get the Ags, punch people.
Our mana needs are not going to be a lot. I mean, we have the one. Well, I guess, I mean, we still, eventually we can spam like living armor around the map. So maybe some mana would still be prudent. Ooh, this one. Okay. This is the first treant change in a while that has interested me. I'm excited about this. I actually don't even know if it's going to be good, but I'll do it a bit. Use our voice lines that I unlock and then never touched. I'll theory craft more on it later. Troll. Bonus armor increased. Okay. Okay, kind of minor. Gather radius. It's already hard enough to pull people into the snowball. I wish they would nerf him in other ways. I feel like it's already a bit of a pain. Bonus damage actually going up. That's a choice. Strength gain 3 to 3.2, base int a little higher, cast range going up, or just I guess standardizing at the highest, which is good. Talents are nerfed and then buffed, but this one's 25, which is pretty far anyways. Okay, Underlord's an aura builder though, and Crimson got buffed, Halberd got buffed. Greaves, a little debatable if you would prefer the armor aura and the other benefits of the aura that got removed versus the much cheaper dispel and finishing it faster. Undying got what? Cooldown 3 seconds off of Soul Rip at level 1 is not too bad. And a slight buff to it. Maybe people will try some Soul Ring or Soul Rip. Ag Shard reworked. Applies 3 Fury swipes, stacks to each affected enemy. I think I like this more because it was kind of funny that you were just enraged all the time as Ursa. You just never could calm down. Constantly pissed at the world. I think I prefer this. Even as I will now die faster to Ursa's running at me. Venge. I do like Venge. 2 seconds off the stun at level 1, but it's higher at max level. Can't swamp invulnerable, and then this is actually being nerfed. Okay, not really that excited about playing Venge support still. Venomancer? Oh. Nerfing the Venogale Plague Ward spawns. That's interesting. I think I'm okay with that. Base damage per debuff nerfed a little bit. I want to complain, but I actually think his win rate was kind of good, so it's probably fair. And this is honestly not that bad of nerfs, so I'll accept it. Plus, double circlet start into double urns. Viper. Okay. Guys, please stop maxing Nether Toxin. Please go back to using Poison Attack. Sure. That seems okay. I think this one's a nerf. Time to max effect increase. That means you can stand in it longer before you're taking the full effects. I think. Gradually increase. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what that means. So this is technically a nerf, but I don't think it's that bad of a nerf. This is a buff, also not that amazing of a buff, but it is a buff. Visage, Grave Chill, move speed drain, increased. Okay, faster. Familiars now have their own copy. Okay. Familiars now have their own ability to independently recall it to Visage. Wait, the alt cast behavior on Visage is unchanged. The third familiar gained by level 25 is now automatically added to an existing control group. Oh, okay. Quality life there. Familiars now have their own in wait, they never had this like teleporting ability, right? Do they mean it just walks to you from wherever it is on the map? Or they added this like teleporting ability like Lone Druid. Recall familiar. What? Recall this familiar to Visage after 4 seconds, during which it can... Why are they just teleporting in place? Zoom. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. Okay. This is the recall familiar, but then it's just doing... They're just like... I mean, I guess they came a little closer to the hero. But not a lot. Is it because, like, certain abilities weren't leveled? Can be cast in the alt cast state to recall Visage familiars. Does it actually? Oh, this one works. How long has Visage had that? Oh God, it's pretty far down. I had no idea he had this. 7.36. He was good when he had Death Toll. Oh no, I've got no excuse to not know, guys. That's bad. I just never processed that, I guess. I mean, you usually play near them and you split push when you're losing. I guess I just never caught someone teleporting them around, or I just assumed they like resummoned or something. I never realized he had that. Okay. Keep going, guys. Void Spirit, Resonant Pulse, Ag Scepter, Silence, a little less. Wow, this is that's something. That's a real minor. Cooldown, 5 more seconds. I'll never recover. 15 of Hevel. Ooh, Golem on Death moving to 25 is a nerf. There goes our patented feed buyback feed strat on Warlock. 25% damage resistance for Chaotic Offering Golems. I guess that's kind of nice. Maybe that could also be good if the Golem lives longer in some of those fights in that period. But I do think the Golem talent's pretty strong, so to get it later is unfortunate. Attack damage, a little bit higher, pretty minor. 10 seconds off the ult is actually kind of nice. 30-second cooldown then with that. That's pretty nice. This is not a lot of people aren't building the Aghanim Scepter nowadays, so not sure how much that really means. But I guess when you do, it's a little bit better of a save. Agility gain increased. Okay. Duration decreased. Okay, but core Wind Ranger. OG, destined to win Dream League. Destined. Wyvern. Base damage up by 1. Base attack range up by 25. Bonus attack range decreased. Is it by 25? Yeah, look at that. Okay. Pretty minor buff in my opinion. And then the talent is for 25, so that's going to have very minimal impact in most games. I think Winter Wyvern could have used more of a buff, but that is basing it on the last meta. Maybe the new cast of heroes will be better for Wyvern. Maybe there's some kind of item combo I'm not thinking of. Otherwise, this feels like not a lot. Witch Doctor. Malpractice Maledict. Burst damage does not apply from non-hero unit. Burst damage does not apply from non-hero units. Oh. Did it do that before? I didn't even realize. I thought it would. I always thought it only worked on heroes. I guess it was working on like enemy summons. Voodoo Restoration, a lot cheaper to activate, half the cost when you max this out. And the mana per second is a little less. Okay, this is... People just like max these two a lot of the time. Wait, Maledict now also affects player-controlled creeps. Okay, so that's what I was confused on. I was like, I thought this only ever worked on heroes, and it did, but now it will also work on the creeps, but it won't burst those creeps, which is probably good because this does like what? Deal damage equal to 75% of what the next burst would be. And some of the creeps have like a lot more health, especially like the big, like Helm of the Dominators type stuff. Maybe that's the idea. So it can affect the creeps, but it won't like do some insane burst to everything. Okay. Ag Scepter. Ooh, 75 off the bounce radius. Well, pub games, this is strong because of people's bad positioning, so I'm sure it'll still be doable, but a little bit worse. Okay. We're doing it, guys. We're almost there. The last two. Wraith King. Impact damage up by 5 and then scaling, so 20 at max level. Sure. Kind of a minor change, but still a good win rate here in pubs, if I recall correctly. Well, that's a lot less jumps. 4 less jumps. Indirect buff to illusions. They're coming back. Usually you're not hitting 15 targets anyways, but it does sometimes happen in the big zoo fights. And I guess those zoo heroes will be a little bit happier now versus Zeus. Though he's probably still one of the better heroes at having versus high amounts of heroes and creeps. 25 buff. Okay, whatever. Oh, we did it. We read through everything. Amazing. That's got to be record time for me. 5 hours and 40 minutes to read through this much. I just had to not give any useful feedback as an analyst on this stuff to make it through. All right. I do not have it in me to play. Let's theory craft a couple things we're interested in, and then we're going to play tomorrow. And hopefully they won't have already changed some stuff. But it is... I cannot. I will not survive.
Okay. Where I have something for this. Where's my like new patch impressions? Here we go. 7.40. This is a little bit of a hassle actually. I guess I gotta like clear out all this junk. Out you go, out you go, out you go, out you go, out you go. In the middle? This is weird. Where do I... extra mouse movement? Disaster. Okay, who were we interested in? Let's see. Treant. Largo. Slark is interesting to me. I'm not actually going to try him, but I'm kind of curious to see what other people do with it. Oh, I said Enchantress, I think. Because she got what? Like, the creep is stronger versus enemy heroes, right? Rabble Rouser will apply. Spectre. I don't think we're going to play Spectre, but the change is interesting to me. We can add her, because this does include, like, this other stuff. Where is she? Oh, the Monkey King as well with the base attack time. Spectre here. Ursa will probably drop. Oh, the Ricky. I don't know where that's really gonna play out. Bounty had a change, I think. I don't even remember. I just remember being interested. Oh, maybe his wasn't. His was more about the fact that I can build urns on him. I don't think it's even about the hero changes himself, but I'll throw it in there. Where the heck is he? B for bounty. B bounty. There we go. Oh, Clinks. Clinks got changed as well. Pretty big. Lone Druid and Brewmaster. Keep our eyes on them. Where is he? Brew. And who's the other hero I was even talking about? Oh, Earth Spirit's also intriguing to me. I've already forgotten the other hero we were looking for. Coddle? What was Coddle's change? Oh, Lone Druid I was going to throw in here. But I have no idea about how good it is. I'm just like keeping my eye on it. Keeper got buffs, right? I don't think they were... Yeah, what were the SA heroes? Are you good? Maybe we can throw Invoker as a possible double urn builder. Cause like in theory, okay, let me I've been joking about it and I will try it, but let me actually see how good it might actually be. Roughly. So we can do what? We could start with 2 circlets. Tango, we get our blood grenades, we get a sentry. How much money is this? 90, 310, so 400, 500, and then double iron branch. I'm tanky as balls. Block the camp, whatever. Use my smoke from my backpack. Ugh, I feel weird. I probably don't even need both these iron branches because now I like when I buy this ring of protection, it's gonna like fill in stuff here. 670 to go. And then we work towards this. Get 1 urn. Oh shit, but what is my hotkey memory gonna be for urns?
Oh, well, the aggressive Earn is the one that needs priority on the default hotkey. I always put Earn here if I can, at T, and that's fine. The other Earn can go somewhere strange because that's our healing Earn, and we won't even, like, there's no pressure in using it at a safe time. Boots after. I'm not that tanky, I guess. Regen's kind of covered. 5.4 mana from 2. Then again, I could have just bought some Sage's Masks. Branches are 55. Oh, right. So we only could have afforded one branch anyways. Inflation, guys. Can you believe it? Why is the branch so expensive now? Do you think Treant is a viable mid this patch? Mid. I don't know what you would... You could outlane some people, I'm sure, with your high base damage. But then what? Right? Like, if we paint the idea that mid is supposed to be a playmaker, what plays will Treant make? You only have a root in your ultimate. The other things are slows. Your farming speed is not going to be that fast compared to others. I would say he can probably offlane. If not the current iteration, the way they seem to be moving him with the things that changed, I could see him being an offlaner where you bully the enemies. And so you farm slowly, but you mostly are trying to deny the enemy more than anything and slow them down. So even if you don't actually get kills, even if you can't actually farm fast, they are doing less. I can see offlane working. I can't really imagine mid or carry working outside of memes. Hee. You know, it works because it's a pub game. But I think there could be legitimate value to the offlane Treant. Double Earn is a thing now. No, I'm gonna do it. I don't know if it's any good, but the Earns can all pick up charges now is one of the changes they made. So that's what we're gonna try. Multiple people on the team can get it. So for example, your mid invoker could get it. Mirana support could get it. You can get 2 Earns. They share a cooldown, so I can't use 2 Earns at once. And even if I could, I wouldn't want to because they don't stack on the enemies. But I can use 1 Earn for enemies and then like, oh, I'm low, heal myself. I get multiple charges when we get kills and stuff. I don't know if it'll be worth it because, 825 could be spent on something else. It's more of a fun idea to try because we've been waiting for this patch for ages. Okay, guys, I'm actually so tired. So I am going to... Who's streaming? Everybody's streaming because everybody wants the patch. I'll send you guys to Gunner. Wait, who's playing? Because we all just read it. So if I send you guys to someone else also reading it, is that boring or interesting? I Annihilate's playing. I'll send you there. It is interesting. I mean, we can go to Gunner. It doesn't matter to me. Either way. I'll be back tomorrow, and we are going to spam pick Largo, and if not Largo, we will be building 2 Earns on Treant or Bounty or something. We'll come up with a couple more heroes to play. I'll probably do it like overnight and stuff. So that'll be the plan for tomorrow. Twitch gang, I will send you out over to Gunner. YouTube gang, there is no rating. So I'll just see you all tomorrow playing. I'm excited for Largo. Largo seemed a lot of fun. Really excited to play him or at least see him in games. I don't even know how it's going to work. Like if we're Rubik and we steal the song, how does that even go? A lot of cool stuff to try out tomorrow.
Okay, everybody, thanks for tuning in. Glad the patch is finally out. We can all try this. This is the best time for me for a patch. Usually it's always inconvenient to us, but we're actually ready this time. And we'll start tomorrow because it came out kind of late today. So like a little bit of a bad time for the day, but for the long term, it'll be okay. All right, Twitch people, I'll see you later. Bye. YouTube people, see you as well.